There.
Okay, good morning, members of the board. Ms. Matias, we are live. We are going to hit record.
She's in the Zoom.
Okay, we are live. We are recording. We are also streaming on YouTube. Ms. Matias, you may proceed with the public review session.
Good morning. Oh, so is everybody ready to have your mics on? Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals public review session for December 9th, 2024. For the record, Commissioner Sheta is joining us remotely. The first items up are the adjournments. Item number 1, 2022-88BZ.
I just want to say,
Seguin Avenue, Staten Island. I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry. I just want to say, can everybody hear me first of all?
Yeah.
Because I have my mask on. Okay. The applicant requested more time to revise the plan and respond to board's comments. The application has been scheduled for February 9th or 10th. This is really for those who are listening in from the public, so they know. And if a submission has not been received by the due date set by the board will dismiss this application.
So this is a final adjournment.
Yeah.
Item number 2, 2023-12-12BZ, 23015 Merrick Boulevard, Queens.
Okay, we have received DOT comments, which needs to be responded to, and that's why it's been adjourned.
Item number 3, 2022-65BZ, 2503-2519 Coney Island Avenue, Brooklyn.
Same thing, DOT has asked for some additional information, and the applicant is preparing the response.
Postponements. Item number 4, 2022-43A, 638 East 11th Street, Manhattan. Withdrawals. Item number 5, 2022-96BZ and 2016-4249BZ, 2420 Amsterdam Avenue, Manhattan.
Okay, motion to withdraw.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown, Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been withdrawn. Item number 6, deferrals, 2024-35A and 2024-37A, 30 and 32 8th Avenue, Manhattan. Item number 7, 2019-256BZ, 1508 Avenue Z, Brooklyn. Decision items, item number 8, 299-99BZ, volume 4, 8-16 Malcolm X Boulevard, Brooklyn.
At the last hearing, board had asked the applicant to provide some additional improvements. So to that effect, the applicant has provided the required signage, striped ADU parking spaces and removal of the graffiti, and also signs, 4 parking signs for 4 U-Haul van spaces has also been indicated. Does anybody have any other questions or comments?
Oh, I had asked at the last hearing for the plans to be updated with the reduced curb cut. I think it's on.
It was not?
It was not. I didn't see it on the revised plans. It's on DeKalb Avenue. It's supposed to be reduced to 13 feet per DOB's request, and we had asked for that to be reflected on the updated plans. I didn't see a set of plans submitted in this last submission. I just wanted on the record for, as we move forward with the case, that we have the reduced curb cut width on the latest set of plans.
Okay. So in that case, what I'm going to suggest
Second call.
that we second call it, project manager.
Me.
This is whose project? You? Okay. Please reach out to the applicant and ask them to revise the plans, and we will second call it
Okay.
tomorrow.
Item number 9, 29304BZ, 610 Lynette Avenue, Queens.
Okay. All right. There were no submissions that were required. We were satisfied with the documents that were provided thus far. So I want to make a motion to approve with following conditions. And the conditions would be, in the proposed enlargement area, all windows shall be fixed, opaque, and alternate means of ventilation shall be provided. 6-foot high acoustical vinyl fence with sound barrier of STC rating 28 shall be used to shield the new mechanical system placed on the roof. The roof shall be green to comply with the sustainable roofing requirement of local law 9294. Roof shall not be accessible by staff or students, and the board's approval of the instant plan does not constitute any waiver of any flood regulations that may apply to the site. The applicant must comply with all the applicable flood regulations, including Article 6, Chapter 4 of the zoning resolution and Appendix G of the building code as reviewed and approved by the buildings department. Is everybody okay with those conditions? Okay, then I make a motion to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 10, 23807BZ, Volume 7, 5-1747th Avenue, Queens.
This is for an extension of time. Preliminary construction schedule has been provided as it was requested. And it is expected that the occupancy would be ready, the building would be ready for occupancy for of 2027 with a TCO by the second quarter of 2027. So with that understanding, I would recommend that we approve this extension of time to complete the construction and obtain a CO, or in this case, maybe a TCO, maybe with a follow-up extension.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 11, 2024 12A and 2024 13A, 13752 13756 Bennett Street, Queens.
This was a vesting application. No submission was required. I no comments. Anybody? Okay, I then make a motion to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 12, 2023-55BZ, 14920 Rockaway Boulevard, Queens.
Okay, this is a special permit application for an auto service station. I think the applicant has been very responsive to all our comments. So I then make a motion to approve with the following conditions. The conditions are that access to the site will be through 2 right-in, right-out driveways along Rockaway Boulevard and 1 right-in, right-out driveway along 150th Street. Applicant or the buildings department is required to submit builder's pavement plan and all the required drawings as per New York City DOT specifications for New York City DOT review and approval. Applicant will be responsible for all costs associated with the design and site related improvements. And New York City DOT will participate in the review process relating to all future modifications, including any geometric alignment, sidewalk, curb cut, signals, and pedestrian ramps. So if everybody's satisfied with those conditions, I then make a motion to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 13, 2024-07BZ, 4529 Casino Boulevard, Queens.
Okay. Did everybody have a chance to see the last set of submission? Great. Okay. So FDNY issued a letter of no objection and a site access and circulation plan with following conditions. Conditions are that internal access road will be used for emergency apparatus and drop-off pickup for residents. And throughout the roadway, asphalt striping and yellow diagonal lines stating fire zone shall be provided. And the letter, I just want to be very clear. The letter states no standing anytime signage must be posted throughout the access roadway. However, The plan that was been approved by fire department shows no parking. Now, Ms. Prenga has been, as you know, is very thorough and has been following up with fire department, and we have not received a response on this. So based on the fire department notes, I make the
Ms.
suggestion.
Prenga has her hand up.
Yes. Yes, Ms. Prenga? Go
Hi,
ahead.
hi, can you hear me? So I did receive a response right when this hearing began at 9:58. So I didn't get a chance to tell you were listing the adjournments and decisions. So the FDNY, our interim liaison, the chief inspector, Velez, indicated that the letter should coincide with what is depicted within the FDNY approved site plan as to avoid any confusion. And they have forwarded it to Operations City Planning. And the applicant should contact the provider of the LNO and the FDNY stamped plans. So we just got this right now, 10 o'clock.
Okay, so will it take for fire department to consolidate these two documents?
So Francis.
I'm sorry, are you asking me to find out how long it would take?
Okay, so I guess we don't have an answer to that. That's okay. My thought on this is the following, and board, please let me know, board members, if you agree with me or not. My suggestion is that we, for now, include the fire department letter and the plans in our BSA plan set. And should fire department consolidate and it either becomes no standing or becomes no parking, then we can kind of, we go ahead with the process and approve it, but whatever changes happens, we kind of make that change through a letter of substantial or even letter of no objection. Right, yeah. And that the, whatever approved site, right now, our approved site plan does coincide with the approved plan, but it doesn't coincide with the fire department letter. So one of the documents need to be corrected. So I think, given the sensitiveness of this project and that this is a senior affordable housing where timing is of the essence, my recommendation would be that we approve this plan with that statement that as long as the revision to this plan that we approve is consistent with the revised consolidated fire department letter and the approved plan. And should that need to be modified, it can be done through a letter of substantial compliance or through an LNO. It's a very quick turnaround process. Only those elements, other elements.
Only those modifications consistent to facilitate,
Fire department response.
would be permitted via administrative letter.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for that clarification. If that's okay.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. If that's okay, then I want to proceed with the following statement that we do have now the SECRA sign off. There's an E designation that's been placed for hazmat. And the following are the environmental conditions that are included in the plan. The environmental conditions that are on the plan are that the building facade will provide a composite window wall attenuation such that the interior noise level will be 45 dBA or lower for residential and community facility uses and include an alternate means of ventilation. The building will utilize electricity for heating and hot water and comply with applicable laws and regulations as determined by DOB and other relevant agencies. and that the building mechanical system, that is the HVAC, will be designed to meet all applicable noise regulations, including subchapter 5, section 24-227 of the New York City Noise Control Code and the New York City Building Code. So those are my, I don't think there's any conditions that the board needs to impose other than making that clarification with regards to any changes related to fire department review requires a change to the plan. It can be done through either substantial compliance or through an LNO. Is that, if that's,
And just adding that the applicant shall coordinate with FDNY.
yes, applicant must coordinate with FDNY as soon as possible absolutely. It should be prior to the issuance of any work permit. Yeah, I agree. Right. Okay. All right. Make a motion to approve then.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown. Aye. Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Appeals calendar, continued hearing items, 2023-38A, 2121, 2123 Amsterdam Avenue, Manhattan. Who's there?
I'm just putting my note in this one. Okay. So we received, since the last hearing that we had back in July 15th of this year, where the property owner's representative was not available, but we did hear from Department of Buildings. We did receive several submissions, both from the property owner's representative and from DOB. Now, I have to say, the representative of the property owner, the submission that's been made, makes a jumble of statements that misinterprets, undermines the process and the requirements of Department of Building to allow off-site accessory parking for community facility use on the subject lot. And in its submission of December 5th, property owner via email to BSA and DOB indicate that it has another prospective community facility partner, which is Community League of the Heights, also known as CLOTH, located at 2113B Amsterdam Avenue. The owner's rep also provided a close-up photo of the address on the logo that is on the awning as a verification, and requested an adjournment based on the statement that the property owner's month-long discussion with CLOTH, quote unquote, together with my effort, which is the property owner's representative, on their behalf, have led to agreement to the term of a letter of intent for CLOTH's use of the lot for an as-of-right off-site accessory community facility. I will direct the property owner's rep to read the applicable zoning regulations and not delay the process. The lot area of CLOTH site, and I just did this quick homework for myself, whether this site would even be eligible. And based on the lot area of the CLOTH site, which is about 3,238 square foot per Zola, if one were to assume the worst case scenario that the entire lot is occupied by the CLOTH operation, how much of a ground floor use community facility space would require a parking for a use group 3? And as we all know that, and when I looked at all the possible applicable parking regulations that would apply. So in a C24 district, no parking is required for parking requirement category B3, E2, E3, G. And only parking requirement category A3 requires a 1 per 1,000 square foot. And on top of it, it provides a waiver pursuant to zoning resolution. Sorry, use group 4. Yeah, sorry, use group 4. and is waived pursuant to zoning resolution section 36-232 for being less than 40 parking spaces. So looking at all of this, a parking is not even required. So why even the applicant is proceeding with a use that where parking is not required, and based on the understanding of the requirements thus far laid out by DOB time and time again, it would not meet the requirement and therefore qualify for an accessory off-street parking space for a community facility use. So I also want to note that the headquarters of CLOP is located at West 157th, which is well over 200 feet from the requirement of the zoning resolution that would allow this site to be used as an off-site parking space for a community facility use. So based on the lack of information provided by the property owner's rep, I see no ground to adjourn this case, and I want us to proceed. Is everybody in agreement on that one? Okay, good. So I've reviewed all the documents, and based on all the documents that has been provided by DOB and the property owner's representative, it is evident that the property owner and its legal representative is failing to understand the difference between public parking versus accessory parking space where, and this is a quote from the zoning resolution, which says accessory to permitted non-residential use pursuant to zoning resolution section 25-532, or is purposely jumbling the facts. For example, asking a community facility partner to use an off-site space, including the subject lot for as-of-right accessory parking, would not be contrary to the legal intent of zoning resolution of 25-532, provided it meets the zoning requirement. And it very clearly says, one of the requirement is that A, there is no way to arrange such space on the same zoning lot of such use, which is the community facility use. B, that such spaces are located so as to draw a minimum of vehicular traffic to and through the streets having predominant residential frontage. So these are some of the findings. The applicant has to sit down and provide all the documents for DOB to go through and ascertain that it would meet the requirements of 25-532 to proceed. So DOB requiring a document such as an easement agreement signed by both parties and the recorded against both properties that binds the owner of the parking lot to the associated community facility user, the plan of the community facility use is legally not contrary to zoning resolution 25-532A. That is, there is no way to arrange such space on the same zoning lot as such use. The school's use, which was the initial use, or in this case, cloth, whichever one, which I think it's a no-go from my read of it. So let's even take the school's use as an example. For that matter, as a designated community facility use of the lot is not optional. Only once legally binding, the accessory parking space could only have been used by the designated community facility use and not by any other entity that has not been assigned to use or permitted by DOB to use that facility. Regarding the owner's equitable claim, I'm not sure what the applicant was stating, what the owner's representative was stating. It is absolutely not stated anywhere in the New York City Charter as I'm aware of. So if there is any reference to this in the section 666 of the city charter, owner's rep should direct the board to it rather than using flowery language to explain its reasons. DOB's 1125 letter responded to all of the property owners' statements. First of all 2-1 application was filed by the owner to merge lots 45, 76, 77, 78 on 6/9/2017. And then a certificate of occupancy was issued on 6/14/2018 to create a parking lot for 100 cars, use group 4C. Though the CO lists only lot 45, it was applicable to lots 76, 77, and 78. And also it, as DOB pointed out, it was an administrative error. And the plot plan submitted showed that the site plan that was actually permitted showed 100 parking spaces being allocated on all 4 sites. So DOB also indicated how the grandfathering of certificate of occupancy on lot 5 cannot be done because the 1951 certificate of occupancy, which referred to pre-existing lawful parking for 5 or more applied to part of lot 45 only, and part of lot 45 was permitted for sales of used cars. So based on all of this, DOB believes that a new CO would need to be obtained for only lot 1, and that's the only way to proceed. Now, per Administrative Code 28-118.17, DOB is authorized to request Board of Standards appeal pursuant to New York City Charter Section 645 to revoke, vacate, or modify a certificate of occupancy when issued in error or on the basis of incorrect information provided to the department. For me, the case is very clear. Regardless of the oath stipulation, certificate of occupancy was issued erroneously because it relied on assumptions and DOB on assumption, and that DOB at that time did not take the requisite steps, and nor did it have the requisite information to issue the CO. And in this regard, the misguidance from the property owner contributed to it. So DOB is entitled to correct the wrong, while the stipulation allows the owner to correct the matter with a generous amount of time frame. So with that, the next bit of the question is, what is the way of correcting it? Owner's rep states that the revocation will hamper his client's lawful parking lot on lot 45 in commercial district, and that no revocation is even needed. There was a typographical certificate of occupancy error that can routinely be corrected under DOB practice and procedure without revocation, and that pre-existing lawful parking of 5 or more vehicles should be acknowledged and preserved by DOB. Now, we know DOB responded to all these questions, as I read out before. I do have some questions for DOB. Now, based on the tax lot map, the 5 tax lots were not merged into one tax lot. It is one zoning lot with 4 tax lots. So in that regard, could the CO be revised to permit an as-of-right use group Roman numeral 9C only on lot 45 instead of a new CO? And what is the difference in the process for revocation versus modification? Since the owner has failed to identify a community facility partner, why did DOB not issue a violation for the misuse? Why couldn't a partial revocation be issued that would allow the public parking lot use group Roman numeral 9C to be permitted only on lot 45, provided it met all the applicable regulations, including zoning resolution section 36-029? So those are my initial comments. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. Respondents' counsel is making no small ask here. SEEK passed the letter of legislation, and applied discretion in the balancing of equity is no trivial request, a request which is fraught with the peril of setting poor precedents. Further, such a request cannot be based solely on conclusory statements supported by scant evidence. I do believe that the January 5th, 2022 letter from staff member of Georgia Lublin High School has some weight, but alone it would not have enough to anchor respondents' request, especially when coupled with the owner's earlier unclean hands misrepresentation of having an agreement with a nearby hospital. And now we have a third proposed agreement that the chair has already discussed in length. I do want to note that DOB has made many attempts to remedy this respondent's issues, including 22 meetings in a relatively short period of time before bringing this matter before the board, before this board. And I find respondents' negative characterizations of the DOB unfounded at this time. I have nothing further to add.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So Chair, I'm in agreement with the major points that you've made summarizing your impression of the arguments presented. And I also just want to add that I think that DOB has been more than reasonable in trying to give them time to find the proper tenant, but I don't feel that the, I guess, respondent I don't know if I'm using the right term, the person, the respondent in this case?
Right.
Okay, has been very seriously trying to resolve this issue. You can't just walk down the block and take a photograph of a community facility and blast the photo to the BSA and say, okay, I'm working with this. There's no proof that the community facility is even aware that there's a parking lot across the street. There's no legal document tying them together. There's no letter of intent that's tying them together. There's nothing. It's just basically a photograph that anybody could have taken and a story that went with the photograph. And so I'm really not convinced by what they've presented to us. And I don't feel a need to even drag this out for that much further. I agree with you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. I did review the last hearing on the video on YouTube because I didn't attend the July 15 hearing. And I did review all the submissions made. And I do believe from the beginning that I don't want to say that this certificate was issued based on like fraudulent submission to DOB back then. I don't want to say that, but at least it is very crystal clear that it was submitted. It was issued based on something that was not intact, was not correct, was not right. And first milestone is right of DOB is to correct what they did wrong before. Second, I do agree with you, Chair, that we don't have to grant the adjournment for today's hearing. Yes, I would say that this case, based on the response from the respondent, should be like at least should be maximum of 2 hearings based on the kind of response that we're getting. I was actually shocked by just a photo and email saying, yeah, these guys want to take that parking and use it. Nothing even in writing between the 2 parties. It's a good idea. The third point I want to raise is, yes, it's a very good idea if DOB can look into a revised certificate. That probably would mitigate the revocation for the part that's located in like a conforming portion of the site. But at the end of the day, if that's not possible, I would say that shouldn't like hinder DOB from proceeding and correcting the wrongdoing that they've done before. That's what I have for now in this case. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Assuming you meant 2, this being counted as 1 and another one at most. All right, sorry.
This is on the 5th. Yeah, but they're saying they didn't see this, right?
What?
No, them.
All right.
What happened?
You mentioned it?
I mentioned the letter.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
you did mention the letter. Okay. I thought.
What do you say?
You mentioned the letter of intent with the third agreement, this new proposed
Right,
agreement.
with
yeah.
Claude.
Yeah.
Oh,
This
okay.
was a submission that was made on December 5th.
Okay.
The submission that was made on
Okay,
December
just to make
5th
sure, because
was regarding the Claude submission and Commissioner Otley Brown, Vice Chair Chabert, we all kind of have read through it and we have all responded thus far. that-
Okay, I just was a little confused there. I
No.
didn't see that. That's the paragraph. Okay.
Yeah, we all read the submission. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. As to the request for adjournment, I agree with you, Chair. I also did a bit of zoning, looking into the zoning and what would be required or even permitted for such a community facility space. And it doesn't seem like this would in any way meet the requirement for the 3 tax lots that are not in the as of right zoning district, that are in the residential zoning district. So in overall for the case, I do believe that DOB issued the CO in error, the certificate of occupancy in error. No remedy has been presented that I think would solve that error. And I also agree that DOB should be able to correct that error. Whether it's a revocation or a modification of CO, to the chair's question, I was satisfied with DOB's discussion in their statement, their letter statement, that a new alt CO application would have to be filed in order to get an as of right C of O for lot 45, which is in the commercial overlay, but of course, any explanation that DOB can provide to the chair's question would be illuminating. So I have nothing else to add.
So, so if I understand, you have dealt with this a lot more. That's why I'm asking you, Commissioner Yoon. So the only way to remedy would be through an alt one.
I wouldn't say that.
Okay,
I am saying I accepted their response in
Okay.
the statement. But since you asked the question, I am eager to hear what they have to say.
okay, all right. Okay. Yes, go ahead. Council Sharma.
I just wanted to make clear for the record, DOB's application is to have the board review the certificate of occupancy as to whether it permits accessory parking to a community facility located within a certain proximity. DOB's position is that the documents to demonstrate that that community facility had a parking requirement to which it could locate off-site did not exist at the time. This is not the forum or the appeal for the board to consider whether the zoning lot could be used prospectively for a different community facility use that
That's not-
is located within a certain distance, whether that be at 2113 B Amsterdam or on 157th Street. That hasn't been determined whether the zoning lot can or cannot be used for that, and that is a different application.
I honestly, as I was looking through this document, I was wondering like, why couldn't DOB padlock the lots that are located in the R72 portion and just operate the portion that's on lot 45, which is legally permitted to have a public parking lot. But maybe DOB can clarify that. I know they're interconnected, so if they're even padlocking it may not have facilitated that. Okay, thank you.
Hold on.
Yes.
New cases, item number 15, 2023, 29A, 2372 East 23rd Street, Brooklyn.
Okay. So before we start discussing this case, I just want to make sure I read out this document, the statement, so that we are all on the same page and the same starting point of our review. Board has read all the documents that's been submitted. I know I can speak for myself, and I would strongly suggest all commissioners also state that into the record by all parties. We are here to discuss an alleged zoning code issue. No consideration by this board or agency has been given or will be given to any personal, civil, or any other matters that do not pertain to the board's jurisdiction or authority to consider. The papers are filed with many such allegations that do not advance the applicant's argument. Those such statements, as I said, have not and will not be considered by this board in reviewing this matter and rendering a decision. So I want us to focus on the submission of documents that were made by the appellant on June 20th, 2023 onwards. And I want to thank all my board members and especially my staff, my team, who have been patiently working with all parties on this to get the necessary material that is needed for the board to consider the relevant information for an appeal. And okay. So I'm going to start with my statement. I'm going to go through a little bit of the chronology so that we all understand where we are, what our starting point is. So on June 20th, 2023, Ms. Irina Hakinjas, appellant, then representatives filed an appeal at BSA challenging DOB's decision of May 19th, 2023 to renew the permit number 320078-250-AL-01 for the vertical and horizontal enlargement of the residential building at the subject lot 2372 East 23rd Street, which is lot number 226 and block 7405 that abuts the appellant's property. DOB reviewed the construction plans that were approved by DOB on October 6, 2022. Based on the review conducted, DOB determined that the construction documents submitted in 2021, quote, failed in several ways to conform to New York City construction codes and other laws and regulations, unquote, and issued a 15-day notice to revoke the permit on August 22, 2023. The audit inspection listed 16 objections related to admin code, zoning regulations, and building code. As stated in the documents provided, the property owner on the subject lot met with DOB to resolve the objections, proceeded to revise the plans, and submitted revised plans, the revised plan being dated 9/14/2023. While it cured most of the objections that were listed in August 22, 2023, there were few that were remaining. The revised plan of 9/14/2023 called for a 2,626 square foot a three-story building, which is the maximum permitted floor area in this zoning district. The revised plans show the space underneath the porch to be backfilled to grade. Attic area that counts towards floor area was clearly demarcated. Also, DOB confirmed that the building would be fully sprinklered, and it is a type 2D construction under the 1968 Building Code Section 27-284. The revised plans show the use of fire-treated wood in the exterior bearing wall. Board also recently received from DOB more clarification on, more clarification on objection regarding work that increased the floor area by more than 110%. This was in the initial objection sheet. And the submission describes how this objection was resolved and referred to a field survey that was conducted, the revised plan, and the building bulletin note of 2016-012. I looked through all the documents, and I would agree with DOB that this particular objection was resolved. And as the board is aware, we have seen many such cases as part of the 73-622s, where sistering beams and reinforcing does result in not being considered a substantial construction and not increase in floor area by more than 110%. DOB approved the revised plan on Jan 12, 2024, and lifted the stop work order. And please note, DOB had issued several stop work orders also. So subsequently, after lifting this stop work order and the work proceeded, DOB realized that the revised plan did not fully address two issues that were raised by the appellant. And that one was regarding the construction classification of the front step and the increase in the non-compliance with zoning resolution side yard requirement. On February 9, 2024, supplemental list of audit objections were issued based on these two remaining objections. The revised plans indicates that the front entry steps are to be removed and replaced, and proposed new entry steps shall be of non-combustible material in compliance with Building Code 27-376, and provided all the dimensions for the proposed new steps on the plan. Also, the plan amended to indicate that the existing side yard shall be 2 foot 4 inches in agreement with the survey that were submitted. The current plan that was the previous plan that was indicated a 2 foot side yard, which increased the current degree of non-compliance, which is not permitted pursuant to zoning resolution 54-31. So the full width of existing 2 foot 4 inches side yard will be restored by the removal of the existing face brick. So in its February 29, 2024 submission, DOB affirmed that these changes make the plans conforming to the applicable regulations. And on March 7, 2024, property owners submitted revised plans. These proposed plan amendment cured, per DOB's document, cured the audit objection. And on April 19, 2024, DOB approved the PAA and posted a zoning diagram 1 on DOB website for challenge process pursuant to the city rules. Per rules posting of the ZD1, it served as a notice of a zoning approval. While after the approval, I think one can challenge and there's a stipulated time frame within which that challenge has to be issued, and that is within 45 days. And DOB had not received any challenge till then. So DOB states that on April 19, 2024 PAA plans superseded the earlier plans and cured all the objections that were raised by the appellant. And because the initial objections were raised based on the superseded plan, a revocation of the permit is moot. I just want to say that regardless of this technicality regarding this ZD1 challenge, based on these documents that have been submitted so far and the complaints that were raised by the appellant were reviewed by DOB, and DOB did conduct multiple audits and issued several stop work orders, and the property owner of the subject property has been responding to these audits objections. So I would think if DOB in its final review has determined that all the objections have been resolved, and and the drawings as indicated reflect those, I would agree that regardless of the ZD1 and other thing, the request is moot. I don't want to hear from all the other commissioners as to what they think of this application. Yes, go ahead.
And regardless of the mootness and the ZD1, this board has not been apprised of a filing challenging that ZD1 that was issued and approved on or about April 8th or April 19, 2024. This appeal relates to the initial permit filing and permit issuance.
Thank you. And go ahead, Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with the statements that you made. I have nothing further to add.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I agree with the statements that you made, and as the last plans were posted for 45 days with no response, there is nothing left to appeal.
Okay. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I agree with the statements made by you, Vice Chair and Commissioner Brown, and I have nothing further to add.
Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I have also reviewed all of the documents submitted, including the recent submission by DOB on December 6th, and also the provision of Buildings Bulletin 2016-12, which defined and clarified that floor surface area as it applies to that 110%, which I thought was very critical in my understanding of how that objection was resolved. So I thank the DOB for that late submission, and I agree with your statement.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
No.
all right.
When the hearing starts, you can speak.
Ma'am,
Alright.
right now we're
When
in,
we have the hearing. you
We
can
are
speak
we are
a
in
second.
review session right
Still in
now,
review
so there will
session.
be a public hearing and you will get the opportunity to speak. This is a discussion where it's just amongst us. This is the first time every one of us is hearing.
you will have a moment to speak as soon.
This
Speak, Mr.
just
Patel,
you will get
please.
your opportunity to speak. Please be patient. We have a process.
Okay. Special order calendar, item number 1693 BZ, volume 3, 110 Christopher Street, Manhattan.
Okay. In response to the comments that were raised by the board during the public testimony, applicant is proposing to add clause to the commercial lease that will address quality of life concerns that were raised, including no smoking and number of permitted occupants not to exceed the stated certificate of occupancy. No social gatherings permitted in the commercial space, no loud music to be played at any time. Existing air shaft shall be used per fire department and DOB requirement. Board has also asked if the interior door accessing the residential portion could be made one-way. It seems these doors are one-way, self-closing doors. The push bar device only allows people to exit to Christopher Street, but not enter from the cellar level, which was a concern the board had. And this further ensures separation of the commercial portion of the building to the residential portion of the building. So I'm satisfied with the recommendations that the applicant has proposed. And I think we are all in agreement that it is a difficult space to rent, and it will have very limited occupancy given the small footprint of these commercial spaces. And the additional lease term will prevent any possible all these additional lease terms that's been stated will also prevent any possible misuse of the common area. I just have a question regarding the signage location. It seems the proposed signage location for the two commercial tenant would be located only on one side of the stairway entry. I just want to make sure the applicant is aware of that. And I just want that clarification. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I have no comment.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown,
I have no further questions.
thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I saw that the plans revised to show the doors. And I saw a pictures for the two doors. And I saw that they offer to put a restrictive clause in any commercial lease. If they can just like offer us like a suggestion for that clause, so it could be revised by us and like agreed upon, that would be helpful. That's all what I have. Thank you.
Can you clarify what you said, the last statement? I didn't catch it.
Regarding the restrictive clause that they suggested to add to any future commercial lease.
Close what?
The clause in the lease.
Oh, the clause in the lease. Yeah, okay.
Yes. If they can like offer us a sample to it, so we can look at it and make sure it's satisfactory to the board, that would be helpful. It's not a requirement, but it's a suggestion.
I think I'll tell you, I'm being a little hesitant because there's so many other facts and issues that go into agreement between various parties that I don't want to limit to just what we see. I
got it. Yes, I agree. And I got it and I agree. Thank you so much. That's.
And as long as it includes the statements that I said, no smoking, and the number of permitted occupancy will not exceed, huh?
Sorry.
Right, go ahead.
No, you're saying.
Okay. And that number of permitted occupancy will not exceed the CO, no social gatherings permitted in the commercial space, no loud music to be played at any time, and existing air shaft shall be used for fire department DOB requirements only. I think those are the main things that we are concerned about, right?
Yes.
And if that's there and anything else that goes with those clause, I don't think BSA should weigh in on that. That's really going to be subject to individual negotiation and business decisions, and of course, has to be code compliant. Yeah,
Agree. Thank you. Thank you.
okay, okay.
New cases, item
Wait,
number.
wait.
No. I have to call Commissioner Yoon, please.
Sorry, Commissioner Yoon.
Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. Thanks for the updated plans. Those look good. So the lease clause relies on the certificate of occupancy to restrict the number of occupants in the commercial spaces, but there is currently no assigned maximum number of occupants on the CO. So we're referring to the CO for the occupant load, but there isn't a maximum listed there. So,
Isn't it by square footage? Per
but it's
room?
not listed on the CO. If that's what we're using for the lease clause,
Right, then how do we do that?
so I looked at the occupancy tables. It's a small space. We also have concerns from the community. We've been through this case for a while. So the office is 100 square feet per. So the max would be 2 people in the office. The stores for mercantile, there's a few different definitions or ratios for calculating occupancy. I suggest we use the mercantile, the quote, areas on other floors as 60 gross square feet per occupant, which would limit the occupancy to 5 for each store. And that we don't wait or rely on the C of O, but that we ourselves limit the occupancy that is listed in the restrictive clause. Because we don't have something to rely on. We don't know what the occupancy is.
And
DEP
that is the
gonna approve.
maximum.
Yeah, because if you use for mercantile, the quote basement and grade floor areas, it's 30 square feet gross per occupant, which would allow you up to 10 people per store.
Mhm.
So I'm suggesting that we use the quote areas on other floors at 60 square feet per occupant, and that limits it to 5 per store, and then the office would be limited to 2 for that space.
Okay. I like that suggestion. Is everybody, does that clarify? Okay. So applicant, please do then, then that should be reflected in the plans.
Yeah, and in the
Should be-
letter
Yeah,
statement.
it should be,
So are we looking for new plans or are we looking for just a statement or what?
Well, let,
and I would prefer a chart that is attached to the plan.
So you want a chart?
Yeah.
Okay.
Vice Chair, what were you saying?
I would suggest we wait to see how the applicant feels about the suggestion, if that works for them.
Agree,
And then we'll ask them what. to do
Okay,
with
fine.
that.
that's fine. But this would be my suggestion for now. They can, right.
Thank you, Commissioner. New cases, item number 17, 32853 BZ, 3424 East Tremont Avenue, the Bronx.
Just give me I'm just typing the last comment. Okay, so we received proof of initial filing and hearing notice. Community Board has voted to approve this application. This is a previously approved variance which permitted the operation of an automotive service station where the applicant is seeking to amend prior board's condition to erect a new canopy over the gasoline service station located at the subject site. The applicant needs to provide the most recent BSA approved site plan. I did not see it on the package.
Okay.
I'm not sure a proof of continuous use is needed. With regards to what the applicant is proposing, the applicant states that pursuant to zoning resolution 11-41, the existing zoning lot size has not increased, and based on the review of the 1955 resolution, the meets and bounds is the same as the current zoning lot configuration. Applicant is proposing a canopy over the gasoline pump and legalize 6 parking spaces. Now, based on the site photos and Google Street Views, there are U-Haul vans that are parked on the site. And I checked the U-Haul website, and it seems the subject site is part of a U-Haul neighborhood dealer as Max Auto NY LLC. And the hours of operation that is listed is Monday through Sunday, 8 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. The addition of U-Haul as a neighborhood dealer for truck rental, I believe would require an amendment to the prior grant, even though the use may be permitted as a use group Roman numeral 6 in a C1 or C2 district. The question I have is, for the applicant is the U-Haul use proposed to stay? If so, it needs to be described in the statement of facts. Will the increase in number of U-Haul use result in affecting the vehicles that are parked on the affected site? And will it affect the flow of the movement? Vehicular movement. So applicant needs to indicate on the plan the spaces designated for U-Haul trucks if U-Haul trucks are to be parked on site. So this cannot be counted towards the required parking for the existing operation. So that's a basic threshold. Applicant needs to determine whether it's they plan to keep the U-Haul operation or not. And I think if the U-Haul operation is going to be here, it needs it is an amendment of the prior grant. Applicant also needs to provide interior site condition photos. Applicant is proposing a change in the hours of operation for the gasoline service station and the accessory store. And the The current hours of operations are 7 days of the week, 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. And the proposal is to make it a 24/7 operation. With a lumen spread study was provided, including the photometric study. I found that very interesting. The surrounding uses are commercial, but for a portion of the residential building on lot 66, which is catty corner from the site, and it is surrounded by commercial use on all other frontages. So I thought the lumen spread study was adequate and was sufficient for my assessment. Those are my comments. Vice Chair Shibata.
I think the applicant did not. Did you see anything besides the Google images with regard to continuous use?
No.
I think the applicant needs to provide continuous use from the last grant. I have nothing further.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I have no additional questions.
Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. I share the comment regarding the photos of the site. We need some interior, maybe perimeter photos for the site. Regarding the continuous use, I believe they mentioned Google Images. In addition to that, they mentioned FDNY inspections as well, and permits that were renewed recently. So I'm not sure if I honestly I didn't look at them, but I thought they mentioned them in the statement of facts.
There are large gaps they need to fill to show that this was in continuous use.
True. Yes.
I was relying on the Google history, the historic maps. So there were few, it was like every alternate years, I think the map, the photos showed.
Yeah, I think that's true, but it's also the photos started
2014.
in 2014.
Yes.
And the last resolution they had
2022.
was 2022.
Okay.
The last Google one was 2022, and then for the permits, they provided 2022, 2023, and 2024.
Huh? Yeah. Oh, there's no way, right? Okay. Thank you.
Saying that there's no waiver request.
But this is not an extension of term,
Yeah,
an amendment.
it's an amendment. Yes.
Commissioner, sorry, go ahead. What were you saying, Vice Chair?
No, I'm trying to find the last resolution on this.
Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. The sign analysis was really thorough. I just wanted to say to the applicant for future, we don't count what are considered signs with non-commercial copy. It's pursuant to the definition in the zoning resolution of 1210. So you don't have to count signs like emergency shutoff or the registered inspection sign. You don't need to amend it for this because you're well under the requirement, but just the level of detail in the sign analysis was appreciated, but you don't need to actually include those in any future applications. Just look at the definition of 1210. Sorry, for the definition of the sign. And then the photometric analysis, I'm just going to pull that up because I thought it was really helpful to see the photometric analysis and the renderings with with the lighting at night. But one thing that showed up on the plan is if you look here at the building, there's reference to a storage trailer and a frame shed, which don't seem to appear in any photos or in any of the architectural drawing set. So if you could, as Chair asked, provide interior site photos showing that indeed there is no storage trailer and frame shed and and maybe commit in writing that those will not return to this site, or that the plans will stay as approved in the architectural drawing set, that would be helpful. I have
Good
nothing further.
catch. And I would say this is a pretty standard practice of the board. We ask for interior site photos to look at the site conditions. So even though it's not an extension of term, the applicant should provide it. Because we do learn, I mean, based on the photos, we found out that there is a U-Haul operation on this site. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known. And that was not granted by the prior board. So do provide all the information and the interior photos. Okay, next case.
Item number 18, 2018 33BZ, 3141 97th Street, Queens.
This is an extension of time, so we don't need a
Notification.
notification. As I said, it's an extension of time to complete construction and obtain a certificate of occupancy to develop a two-story, two-family dwelling unit at the subject site, which expired on August of 2023. Currently, it's a vacant construction site, and board had granted back in 2019. A stop order was issued in 2021, and the applicant states because of the inability to renew the permit and resolve the fines, the owner couldn't proceed with the project, and the property was sold to the current new owner. So I guess that is the reason for the delay, and the status is that there are demolition permit were issued, builder's payment plan were filed, new building plans were filed. There were several violations that were issued, both DOB and ECB, and as I said, a stop work order. So there's been no improvements made to the violation. I would though say that when I did go to the DOB BIS site, there are 8 ECB remaining violations, and these violations are related to construction, site safety, unlawfully continuing to work under stop work order, failure to protect sites of sites of the excavation from 2021. So it is an unsafe condition, and the applicant needs to address these issues. I have a couple of questions. When the application was filed, there were 3 open DOB violation and 8 ECBs. And as I mentioned, when I looked at the latest BIS, there were only 8 ECB violation, none DOB. So I'm assuming those were dismissed and resolved. Applicant should actually clarify that. And I would, again, want the applicant to clarify the ECB violations and what measures are being taken to ensure the site safety condition, and provide a timeline to complete the construction and obtain a certificate of occupancy. Those are my comments. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. Nothing further.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional comments.
Okay. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further to add.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay, appeals calendar, item not continued hearing items, item 19, 2024, 16A, 61 Memorial Street, Staten Island.
Okay, just going a minute. So at the last hearing, board had asked for notes to be added to the plan. Notes have, and I can see that the notes were added, and per fire department, no parking signs have been added to the plan. The applicant has revised the plans and also is providing accordingly. So, and FDNY has issued a letter of no objections. So I'm satisfied with this application. Vice Chair Shibata.
Satisfied with this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I'm also satisfied with the application.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
I have no further comments and I'm okay with the application.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I'm also satisfied.
Thank you.
Item number 20, 2024, 17A, 35 Marjorie Street, Staten Island.
So at the last hearing, board had asked for notes to be added to the plan, and I do see those notes added. However, I don't think it responded to the fire department's question regarding the retaining wall that was raised at the last hearing, and the applicant in the latest submission, it's provided a letter stating that the retaining wall along the westerly property line is needed due to the existing site condition, and the retaining wall will replace the existing concrete barrier, which is partially acting as a retaining. We have, our project manager has reached out to the fire department and has asked for fire department to review the plan. And I just got an email, which I think was forwarded to everybody. Though I'm still confused, I think the fire department in its, in the chain of email, it says, if Marjorie Street has an unobstructed width of not less than 34 feet, excluding shoulder, the fire department will have no comments, no objections. I wasn't too sure as to the width of the street at the bottom of the existing barrier, but being that that it is being removed, the fire department will have no comments and no objections. However, now we know from the letter that barrier is not being removed. So I'm not sure if it has addressed fire department's comments. So I definitely would like fire department to give us an update and let us know if the revised set of plans and the builder's pavement plan does address this comment of fire department. Otherwise, I have no comments on it. Vice Chair Shibeta.
Thank you, Chair. Nothing further from me.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
I have no additional comments.
thank you. Commissioner Sheta,
Nothing further from me. Thank you.
okay. Commissioner Yoon,
Thank you. Nothing further from me.
thank you.
Okay, this concludes the review session for, I'm sorry.
Mistake.
Oh, Ms.
Miss-
Becky, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Benke.
I apologize.
I just want to let you know that we did get one comment from the WRP team last week, so the applicant will be working on a response to that comment. There's no other reviews. We received a revised EAS addressing our comments, so.
Tracy?
Tracy, are we good with the environmental review as submitted otherwise?
Sorry, you couldn't hear me. I said that we received a revised EAS addressing our other comments. So yeah, there's no other reviews other than WRP open right now.
Okay, great. Since I have you, and I think I should ask this of the same, of the prior case. This is the Muriel Street. Are there any outstanding environmental issues?
That was a type 2, so there are no
Type 2?
environment. Yeah,
Great, okay, thank you.
thanks.
So this concludes the review session for December 9th, 2024. We'll resume at 11:30?
11:30.
11:30 for the public hearing.
And just to let the public know, anyone who's in the waiting room, who's raising their hand, we have not gotten to the portion of the day where we invite the public to speak. We will be getting there. Thank you.
Why do I keep saying A? Wait, what are you doing? Lost Mitch?
Hey, Ms. Matias, we are live, we are streaming. You may proceed with the public hearing.
Okay, the first case.
Microphone on?
Yes, my microphone is on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My voice is big enough. What was it? No, just guys, hold on a second, please. No, he wasn't 897. I know he added. 347-836-8797. There he is. Okay, he's there. Okay, fine.
Is everybody in there?
Yeah,
Also,
Yes.
DOB?
yeah, DOB's there. Okay. Okay, appeals calendar, continued hearing items, item number 14, 2023, 38A, 2121 and 2123 Amsterdam Avenue, Manhattan. This will be Mitch Ross and Department of Buildings at Shane Rosengold.
I think first DOB goes.
Yeah,
there's a
because it's
DOB
their application.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
I'm Mitchell Ross. I you is this Ms. Rosengold.
Okay, you have anyone else? Is there anyone else joining as a part of the party or a team or something? No? Okay.
Yeah.
Ready? Yeah. Okay. And Mr. Ross is on by phone.
Yes.
Okay. There's no swearing in. This is an appeals case. Please proceed. State your name for the record. Proceed.
Ms. Gold, please proceed.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Shane Rosengold, and I'm an Assistant General Counsel at the New York City Department of Buildings. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Okay. For some background, the Department of Buildings is applying to the board to revoke the certificate of occupancy for the premises at 2121-2123 Amsterdam Avenue, Manhattan. The CO number 122349404F, issued in June 2018, permits 100 open public parking spaces with 12 mechanical lift units. The CO covers tax lots 45, 76, 77, and 78, and authorizes an accessory community facility parking lot use group 4C. Tax lots 76, 77, and 78 are in a residential district, R72, where parking may only be accessory parking since a public parking facility is not a permitted use. There are two errors on the current CO. First, the designation of public parking on the CO is an error since use group 4C is not public parking, but accessory parking to a community facility use. Second, there can only be accessory parking if the owner of a principal use applies for such accessory use, since the definition of accessory use, as per zoning resolution 12, section 1210, requires that the use be, quote, substantially for the benefit or convenience of the owners, occupants, employees, customers, or principals of such principal use. The department approved the accessory parking based on a note on the plans that indicated that the parking lot was to serve as an accessory use for New York Presbyterian Hospital, but no application was ever filed by the hospital for such accessory parking. In fact, we have learned that there's never been a relationship between the hospital and the parking lot, nor has any other community facility applied for the accessory offsite parking. Accordingly, the department respectfully requests that the board revoke this CO. So first, I will explain that to use the tax lots in the residential district for parking, one or more community facilities must apply for the accessory off-site parking use. Not one has applied. To establish an accessory off-site parking use in a residential district, an application must be filed by a community facility to calculate the number of off-site spaces that they may have at the accessory parking lot. Zoning resolution section 25-18 states, in all districts as indicated on a zoning lot used for permitted community facility or commercial uses, not more than one off-street parking space shall be provided for every 400 square feet of lot area, except as provided in section 25-19. This section requires that a zoning analysis be done when a community facility applies for accessory off-street parking to determine the maximum number of spaces allowed. The zoning resolution also has specific requirements for when accessory parking can be located on a zoning lot that is different than the principal uses lot. Section 25-532 provides that the department can only allow permitted off-street parking spaces accessory to community facility on a different zoning lot than the community facility if a certain distance criteria is met, in this case 200 feet, and there's no way to arrange such spaces on the same zoning lot. Accordingly, the department must review a community facility's application to determine if such criteria is met. Specifically in Alt 1 or Alt CO, application must be filed by a community facility that wants permitted off-street accessory parking, so that the department can first review the zoning calculations to determine the maximum number of off-street parking spaces generated by the lot area of the community facility per section 2518, and second, to confirm that there's no way to arrange the accessory parking spaces on the same zoning lot as such community facility use as required by section 25-532. Here, the CO permits a public parking lot for 100 cars as an accessory community facility use, but there was never an associated community facility application. Therefore, the CO authorizing the accessory offsite parking at the parking lot should not have been issued. The owner asserts that there's no rational basis for DOB's requirement that an agreement be recorded against both tax lots, the tax lot of the parking lot, and any community facility that agrees to allow it to provide accessory offsite parking for them. However, since a community facility applicant must establish the maximum number of off-site, off-street parking spaces permitted per section 2518 and bind the accessory parking to the community facility or facilities, both properties must enter into an easement agreement that will run with the land. Here, no community facility has applied for the parking lot, so the issue of recording for the parking lot to serve as accessory parking, so the issue of recording the agreement is currently irrelevant. Second, contrary to the owner's claim, it's not a ministerial or typographical correction to allow parking in just a portion of the meets and bounds of the zoning lot that is in the commercial district. That would be tax lot 45. So the owner requests that there be a ministerial or typographical correction to change the meets and bounds of the zoning lot underlying the CO to only lot 45 instead of lots 45, 76, 77, and 78. Because lot 45 has a commercial C24 overlay, so public parking would be permitted there as of right. Notwithstanding that the CO only lists tax lot 45 due to administrative error, the lots were merged under approved alteration application 122349404. The job had the description, quote, proposed combining zoning lots 45, 76, 77, and 78 to create public parking lot for 100 cars, provide new certificate of occupancy, quote. The plot plan diagram submitted for job approval also depicts all 4 tax lots, not just lot 45. Since the 4 tax lots have been merged, 3 tax lots cannot just be removed from the CO without a new alteration application being filed. The owner argues that parking is grandfathered on tax lot 45 based upon a prior certificate of occupancy that he incorrectly states authorizes parking for more than 5 motor vehicles. He seems to be referring to certificate of occupancy 38204, issued February 20th, 1951, for block 211, lots 46 and part of lot 45. However, there was a subsequent certificate of occupancy number 55158 issued January 19th, 1962 for block 211, lot 46 and part of lot 45 that authorized, quote, lot for the sale of used cars and did not authorize parking. Therefore, revoking the current CO will not result in the reinstatement of the 1951 certificate of occupancy authorizing parking on part of lot 45 because there was a subsequent CO. So if the owner wishes to obtain a CO for a zoning lot that encompasses only tax lot 45 where a parking lot would be permitted as of right because of the C24 overlay, the owner needs to file a new alteration application to obtain such CO. I would just like to note that the department conducted its due diligence before determining that Gregorio Luperone Public High School did not enter into an agreement with the parking lot, and before we filed this application for CO revocation. The owner is contending that DOB hastily filed this application and should have accepted a letter dated January 5th, 2022 from the coordinator of student affairs and the music department. And they're saying that that should have been sufficient evidence that the school consented to the parking lot serving as accessory off-site parking for its benefit, consistent with the New York Department of Education's school autonomy policy. However, the letter was not sufficient because it did not demonstrate the school's agreement that the parking lot would provide off-site parking for its benefit, and the school never applied for such accessory parking. The letter merely acknowledged that school employees use the parking lot and find it convenient. The letter does not demonstrate the school's agreement to the proposed arrangement, nor does the author appear to have necessary decision-making authority. We also only filed this application after confirming that the owner of the school property, DOE, did not consent to the restrictive declaration and letter that the owner recorded against the school's property. Additionally, in May 2023, I spoke with DOE's executive deputy counsel, who advised that there is no specific school autonomy policy that speaks to a school coordinator being able to enter into an agreement on behalf of a school. She advised me that the school autonomy policy is an informal policy that is limited to authorizing a principal to make hiring decisions. Moreover, whatever agreement is entered into by the school or DOE must run with the land, must be approved by the owner of the land, not the coordinator of student affairs and the music department. In any event, no application has been filed at DOB by the school for such accessory offsite parking. We gave the owner many opportunities to find another community facility that would need such parking and who would apply for such accessory offsite parking. Over an approximately 3-year period, we met with the owner and their team no less than 22 times, during which period they said they were obtaining agreements from different community facilities, but no such agreement was ever provided. In conclusion, CO revocation is necessary because the CO was issued based on misleading information that the parking lot was for the benefit of New York Presbyterian Hospital, when in fact the hospital had not applied for such parking and had no connection to the parking lot. Accessory parking to a use group 4 community facility requires an application by the community facility. However, no such application has been filed by any community facility. Notwithstanding affording the owner many opportunities over the years to find another community facility to which the parking lot would be related, the owner has failed to do so. Therefore, the department respectfully requests that the board grant the department's application to revoke the parking lot CO. I would also just like to address the chair's questions. First, we didn't issue a violation because they have the underlying CO that authorizes the accessory community facility parking and the public parking, which is both wrong, but I think it would be very difficult at oath to show that they are in violation when they do have a CO that is authorizing public parking on all 4 lots in error. And we actually couldn't padlock or we didn't physically padlock the section in the residential with the section of the parking lot that is in the residential district because there are actually 2 entrances to the parking lot. I'm informed that there's one from the commercial district, from the lot that's in the commercial district, and there's an entrance from the lot that is in the residential, the 3 lots that are in the residential portion. So it wouldn't be as simple as actually just padlocking, the gate, because the actual parking lot there would need to be a fence partitioning the lots that are in the residential unit. And we don't construct such fences. If there is a safety situation, DOB may issue an emergency declaration to have HPD contract to construct a fence, but that's not the situation here. But basically there would need to be an actual fence constructed to partition off the lots that are in the residential portion. And in terms of modifying the CO, I mean, they need to file an application. They've never come to us with an application for a different use. You know, if they only wanted to have parking in the lot that is in the public parking space, they could file an application for the use group that would allow them to have parking in that space. But they haven't filed such application.
So, so the modification would be similar to an Alt 1?
I believe so. I would have to confirm that, but I do believe that they would be filing.
So Council Vine is saying modification is for change of use. In this case, it would be a
They
change
would
of.
they need a change of use, because right now they're use group 4C, which they're you know, they're an accessory parking use, which they're not.
Okay.
And yeah, they would need to file a new application for a change of use.
So basically there's really, because I was thinking if, since the CO does mention lot 45 only, and in the prior 1952 CO, it seems the way the CO identified, in that case, both the lots were merged into one lot, which is the zoning lot 45. And according to what you stated, is that part of the lot was going to be used for parking of more than 5 spaces. And the other part of it was going to be used for car sales. So if I understood, I apologize, because I think that's kind of what the document seems to read, is that the 1952 CO allowed part of the lot to be used for 5 or more public parking spaces, and the other part of it was for car sales. The reason I'm going in that direction is, couldn't something like that be done in this case, where it says the part of the CO would allow only public parking spaces on lot 45, and the rest of the lot would have to provide as of right use that is permitted in the zoning lot, and provide us, and the applicant needs to revise the plan by providing a fence between the two properties. Is that process, how would the process play out? I guess that's what I'm asking.
I'm sorry, I was looking for the prior. I have the prior COs because
52. I think
COs. Okay, sorry. I have COs 1 and 2. And I just want to be clear, the 51 CO was only for a parking lot. The 62 CO was for the sale of used cars.
I 62, sorry. Right. So the 62 was for part of the lot to have public parking and part of the lot to have car sales, right?
No, I'm sorry. The 62 CO was only for the lot for the sale of used cars. It's only 62 CO is only for sale of used cars.
Okay. I guess the silence made me think that you're allowing the other also. So you're basically saying the CO from 1951 for public parking was only for the portion of the lot 45, which was now been enlarged because it's been merged with what was then lot 46. and the 62 was only for the portion of what was formerly lot 46 to have the used car. So basically, if you were to go back, the only portion of the, if let's say magically one could wave a wand and allow for the former CO to be resurrected, only part of the current zoning lot 45, part of that zoning lot could have 5 or more parking spaces, not the entirety of the zoning lot, because part of the zoning lot only allowed public parking as part of the 51, and part of the zoning lot as part of the 62 only allowed used car sales. So you could use the entirety of the site for parking.
The 51 CO allowed parking on lot 46 and part of 45. That's
51. I see.
yes, the 51 CO. And I can share it if.
Yeah, that's helpful. I think I'm getting
Okay. Okay. I have it open.
Yep.
62 is the latest.
Can to share my screen.
Yep. You go to more. Right?
I can also share it if that's helpful. I'm just on the Biz website, or unless you have something better. maybe.
Oh, I see the more. But I don't.
Here, I can pull up
Great.
this
Thank you.
62, which permits. This is the 62, which permits the lot for the sale of used cars, which applies to lot 46 and part of lot 45. Okay. So the 1951, also for lot 46 and part of 45.
I see.
It seems to cover this, at least based on, the language is the same on which lots it covers. And this is for the lot of more than 5 motor vehicles.
Okay.
So what I understood is that the 62 supersedes the 51. So you can't
Correct. That's
the 62 to go back to the 51 use.
yes. That is what I was trying to
right.
state.
Okay.
Thank you.
At most, it can go back to 62, which would allow car sales on part of it, and the other part would be for 5 or more public parking. Right?
Yeah, well, yes. And I think maybe I'm just going to jump in. The question maybe you had about the hypothetical, if you were to apply for an Alt 1 with a new change of use on the portion of the site that's in a residential district that was compliant and have a public parking lot on lot 45, which is in the C24, that you could potentially get an Alt 1 approved if you proposed a change of use and design. Is that the question you were asking?
Right, but I think our general counsel asked, clarified one thing, which is even on lot 45, which is in the C zoning district where public parking is allowed, current CO only allows for use group 4C.
Right, but this would be a change of use on both sides, right? This would
So-
be a change of use to a public parking lot, use group 9, I think, right?
Right.
And then some as of right use on the 76, 77, 78.
Right.
And in theory, with an Alt 1, you could then change the CO. Right? That was the
Right,
question you're asking?
that's the question I had. Could that be done?
But my concern is
Rather
that they
than-
can't force the applicant to do that.
Well, we can direct the applicant to do that.
But we can't
we-
make
no,
them
we
file a
cannot.
new job application.
Text this application.
Okay. we
That,
can-
that seems to be like, DOB can tell them you can file something where you can make this work, but how can they force the applicant to submit that application?
I think we're trying to, yeah, they can't.
Okay. I was just trying to find a way where, with short of revoking the permit, was there a way to make it legal for the portion where it is permitted and not permitted at all in the portion that is not, where it shouldn't be there.
I mean, to me, it sounds like that opportunity has been presented and it has not been acted upon.
Okay. So I think okay, I want to hear what Mr. Ross have to say before I speak my mind.
Good
Ms.
morning, everybody.
Hold on, Ms. Gould, do you have anything else to add?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Ross.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I listened to the executive review session, and there's been some more comments now in the public hearing, and so I'll try and get to some of the most recent discussion before we get to that. First of all, I do want to thank the building department for the efforts that it's made. I think that my client also, deserves some kudos for actually trying to do the right thing, and what it must do, and in good faith. Despite the time that it's taken, it's not because anybody is sitting back and not doing anything. But let me just say one thing about the idea of filing an Alt 1. We actually filed an Alt 1 when we believed we had a valid application with the high school. And if, the person who signed that letter, I don't know why the high school had that person sign the letter, because it sure doesn't sound like an important person to me either. That was something that the principal, I just want to say that the principal of the school was very involved in all of that, and where they're wrong, I suppose, is in thinking that they had the autonomy to do it, and then and they were wrong about that. I guess I'm wrong about it also. I thought that since it wasn't an enumerated policy, deference would have to be given to the policy. It got some press when the mayor referred to it in one situation in the papers. But in any event, there's a conundrum, and that is the building department, and I guess it's part of common practice that an easement signed by both owners is necessary to, I guess, inform the world and to ensure that the use is protected by the community facility and on the subject lot. So, in that case, I frankly thought that the workaround with that is that a restrictive declaration could be signed by the owner of the lot and make reference to the use of an approved community facility. So, but if that's not what's necessary, if that's not what is required and will not satisfy the Department of Buildings, that a restricted declaration that my client would sign that would make specific reference to a block and lot and to a community facility, if that's not sufficient, and that's not the way it could be done, then I'm going to get, that brings me to my next point, which is that the idea that we haven't attempted to change the use. We have filed an alt, and we've continued after that. It's been a long time, but we didn't wait a long time after the school, at the 11th hour, just sort of disappeared. We had that, and then we started looking, very diligently for other possible community facility uses that needed parking. That's why I was very gratified to say that I expect to get assigned to LOI from Cloth at sort of any day now. There was a long period of getting them to understand the process and what they were asking for and what we would be offering. And so, you know, I've had to hold their hand with the very detailed LOI. I'd be happy to get the board a draft, but I'd rather get the board an executed LOI, an LOI signed by the board of Cloth. As far as the location, you know, I'm sorry if by me including a photograph of one location across the street, that seemed to be not enough information. Cloth has many locations throughout Washington Heights. I know that the headquarters is too far away. I think they have other locations within, within the 200 feet that would also be included. So that when we do make an application on behalf of Cloth, you know, we'll provide the required zoning analyses and as per the zoning resolution. And
But
I can see now. Let me just. I'm sorry. I'll go on. I'll finish it right now. I can see now that that application will be made at the same time that we will make an application on our lot to separate the commercial portion from the residential portion. Just an aside, maybe some of the confusion is that Lot 45 used to be called Lot 45 and 46. There is no Lot 46 anymore, so, you know, confusion on the old C of O, so let me just get that out. So we make an application to allow, nobody disputes. We don't dispute that an error was made. And I wasn't involved at that time, and I don't know what was said to whom about what. I just see a plan that says community facility parking throughout the lot. My client says that the former representative had conversations with the New York Press, but frankly, you know, we got away from that. We got away from that and went with the school, and we were very hopeful of that. That was something they really wanted. At least the employees and teachers of the school wanted it. And I was very surprised that when the department was looking for a plan from the school, the reason why this even came up is
I'm going to stop you.
as part of our application.
Mr. Ross, I'm going to stop you right now. You're repeating yourself. We have a lot of cases to hear, and we have read all the documents, and there's nothing new substantive material that you're presenting. And I am really saddened to see that despite everything that we said this morning, you're still aggressively wanting to proceed with the LOI with Cloth. There is nothing in the document, and what DOB Representative Ms. Gould said is the requirement is for the institution, community facility institution, to file the application. It's not for you to, you may file it with it, but it has to be, the application has to be led by the community facility. And in this case, how are they going to justify that there is a parking requirement that they cannot meet? Because as I see it, this site or any other site within 200 feet for the Cloth, it's a storefront. And they will be waived of the parking requirement, and the parking is not required. So how even will they even meet the two elements of that zoning resolution to make the justification that they cannot adequately provide the parking on their site when there is no parking requirement? So please understand the zoning regulations and how it applies to the zoning how the zoning regulations apply to that community facility before you jump to these conclusions. We discussed it at length during the hearing. You did not hear us, and you're still proposing to proceed with an LOI. Please do not waste anybody's time on this matter. I think DOB has been extremely generous to give you more than the amount of time that was written in the stipulation.
Well,
Please go ahead.
no, I'm not disagreeing. I'm agreeing that this is going to go forward just with an LOI.
Mr. Ross, I did not give you the authority to speak. Mr. Ross, I did not give you the authority to speak. I asked our general counsel to speak.
Just, it seems like the respondent is conceding that while the procedure was not correct in obtaining the initial CO to confer accessory parking on the zoning lot, the respondent intends to follow the correct procedure now vis-a-vis Cloth to obtain a CO. That application has not been filed. That application is not before the board. No one has determined whether or not the zoning lot could be used for Cloth or whether it will be, and that the CO in question is without respect to any current or future letter of intent with Cloth.
Understood.
Okay.
So to that effect, Mr. Ross, it seems like you're making a concession on behalf of your client that the CO is invalid.
It's issued in error. Yeah,
And-
I'm making that concession. However, what I am doing is I'm asking, the board and the building department, to refrain from revocation, pending our application, and if appropriate, a community facility application for the portion in the residential district,
It's not
as
before,
we were doing.
Mr. Ross, that is not before us.
And Mr. Ross, even further, it seems like DOB had given your client an ample amount of time to apply for the appropriate, make the appropriate application. This is just another, you know, to ask for more time from them. It's entirely up to them what they do, but there's very little reason to have faith that this would be the one last time.
And unfortunately, I hate repeating myself, but based on what has been submitted, it will fail the test of that zoning resolution. So I don't even
Oh, I-
know why it
I'm
should be.
sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt. Madam Chair, I agree with, your, and appreciate your question about whether or not, what can we do to reduce the impact upon my client? Okay, I know that you don't consider the equities, and I understand your counsel knows that, and made it very clear. But the fact of the matter is, this owner was sold part of that portion by the city of New York, with a letter from General Services saying that it would be, sort of perfect for a parking lot. So, and the owner is a small family-owned business. They're not a large parking corporation and relied on.
Mr. Ross,
And
board clearly.
I'm not looking for adjournment. I'm looking for time to file some more information, and also I'd like to hear from the building department some of the answers to the questions that you asked them. That's all I'm looking for right now. I expect to have
Very satisfied.
one or filed very shortly at the building department.
Okay. I think Ms. Poole has provided a very clear answer of what can or cannot be done and what kind of documents would be required, which should have been known to you and your client right from the beginning when oath stipulation was provided. The fact that it has not been exercised, it is unfortunate, but I really do not see any grounds for us to extend this agony anymore. And a lot of opportunities were given by DOB, more than generous amount of time. So I unfortunately am not seeing this going in the direction the way you want. Any commissioners, do you have anything to state? If not, I'll go to the public. Okay, let's go to the public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 2023-38A, 2123 Amsterdam Avenue. Jella, can you put the? Thanks, sorry. If you wish to comment on this case, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 161-147-6247 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt after that, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone, and if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to comment, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand on the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to provide testimony.
I don't want to interrupt anybody else that we're waiting to perhaps speak. There's no one on my side right now.
For the public to call in.
Yeah.
So we give them about,
Pending if- I'm sorry?
go ahead.
If, and again, it's not before you because there isn't, but if there was a pending application or two, because again, there would be 2 applications made if the community facility is going to be the proposed complying use on lots 76, 77, and 78. There is going to be an application filed, and there is one filed, which we can amend for a change of use. So we have an application filed to change the use. We can amend the existing application that's filed. And so I respectfully request the board to at least keep the hearing moving forward, if for no other reason, so that the board can, avoid a draconian result to my client while my client is acting in good faith. And I'll agree to short time frames for an adjournment of this matter, not an adjournment, for a continuation of this matter while we amend that application, amend the filed application at a minimum to partition the lot, make sure that we preserve a CO for that as of right area. Otherwise, the implications are grave, and the implications for loss of property and liability insurance, for issues with consumer affairs, even for what we would call, let's say, the as of right portion under zoning. And we do have an application filed, and we will amend it with haste. And the only reason why we haven't is because we believed that we should come in at the same time as our community facility partner.
Mr. Roth, may I just say that this application was submitted at DOB, by DOB back in June of 2023. We were over one and a half year into this. And since then, you have requested 2 adjournments because you found someone who would sign in. And I think after 3 years of working based on the stipulation, trying to find the right entity, and additional 1.5 years, you still haven't figured out the process. You still are creating statements that seems to be completely contrary to how DOB wants you to proceed. You're failing to give me any faith of confidence in your ability to secure the process correctly that would give DOB the assurance to proceed for you to retain the CO. Go ahead.
Furthermore, Chair, this is an application by the Department of Buildings to revoke a CO. It would be wholly inappropriate and unfair for either party to maintain in their burden the extra step of demonstrating that there is a future or prospective application that can or cannot cure a deficiency from a snapshot in time. This board and the
We are looking
respondent
into
have
that.
have conceded that DOB has met its burden in demonstrating that there was an invalid or erroneously issued CO. Any future plans to create a valid conforming use on this zoning lot is separate and apart from the CO at issue on this appeal.
Ms. Gold, your hand is up.
Oh,
You
I'm
want to-
sorry. I actually, I think what I was going to say was, just addressed actually, Chairman, by yourself and also, the general counsel. But I was going to point out that I was looking at their current open, application, which is for, the open parking, facility, or to combine 4 lots into 1 tax lot. Even though that was actually done the prior application, but also it says to create an open parking facility accessory to existing community facilities. And I just wanted to point out that this would require this would also require an application filed by one or more community facilities. But I think that has already been explained. And I also just wanted to point out, we began meeting with the owner and their team in February 2020. And I know that Mr. Ross was not initially involved, but he has at this point now been involved for multiple years. And that just wanted to point that out, during which time they have been given many opportunities.
Following your direction and on a lot of those phone meetings. And those phone meetings went on for a long time, and they went on with the community facility that in the end, at the 11th hour, turned out not to be correct. And so there we are, and here we are. I implore the board, it's not passing judgment on the merits of your application, to direct. There was a question of whether the board could direct or make some sort of a condition, and I'm not sure how that would be done, but that's for your general counsel, that we amend the existing application or file a new application. And if the issue is we have to partition this lot again or get it back to erect a fence, then we'll do it.
Mr. Ross, I think you're saying all the right
Yeah.
things, but you have done it then and not now. And it is, I would say, what is before us is the revocation of the certificate of occupancy, which allowed, which you yourself and everybody agrees was issued in error. And opportunities were given for you to correct those errors, and they have not been done. And that's all the action this board can take on. It cannot take the next set of actions of your potential future plans and other things. You want to proceed with the future plan, you should go ahead once the whatever decision board takes after that. Okay, so I don't want to belabor this. We have heard this, and I want to thank my board and especially Ms. Matias, who has been very, very thorough and careful, and also our general counsel Vine, who has been working side by side to make sure we get all the necessary documents for our review and purposes. If there isn't anything else that commissioners you have to state, I want to make a recommendation to close this hearing.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yu.
Aye.
We'll schedule a decision date, and between now and the decision date, I think it will be scheduled for January. Between now and January, the decision, if Mr. Ross, you want to file an application with the legitimate community facility per DOB requirements, you can do that. But I wouldn't hold.
You keep the record open for me to provide you with copies of.
The record is closed. Is closed. Record is closed. No further submission. Record is closed. Yeah. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 15, 2023-29A, 2372 East 23rd Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, we have. Ms.
Yeah, you
Give me
just
a
leave it.
second.
It's on. I
Before-
provided her a microphone.
Yeah, before you state anything, I just want again, for all of us who are here. So first of all, I want to thank everybody for attending. I see we have our appellant here and a representative from DOB. So I want to reiterate what I stated at the review session in case anybody missed it. That we are here to discuss an alleged zoning code issue, and no consideration by this board or agency has been given or will be given to any personal, civil, or any other matters that do not pertain to the board's jurisdiction or authority to consider. And this has to be based on the appeal that was filed in our office as of June 2023. And I would say again, on this case, our project manager, Ms. Matias, and Council Vine, they have been working with the appellant to have asked all the documents that we need to review. Appellant has had 18 months to provide all the necessary documents, and I think we received what we needed. But in the meantime, DOB has proceeded to further look at the audits, look at the reviews, and address more of the comments that were raised by the appellant. And so I want to give, in the interest of time, I'm going to take this right, that if anybody goes over 20 minutes or so, I'm going to stop them. Please keep your discussion to 20 minutes, focus just on zoning, no other matters. And if there is any deviation from it, I'm going to ask you to
Please wait till
stay
the chair finishes.
close to what exactly that is before us, because we cannot deliberate on any of the other matters at all. So it will be a waste of time, including the board's time, as we have other cases to hear also. So with that, I want to recognize, is there anything else that council you want to add? Okay, so I want to recognize, first, the board needs to recognize who all are going to speak. So I want to recognize appellant, Ms. Irina Hockenjoss, and from DOB, it is
James Schmidt.
James Schmidt. Anyone else?
Who's standing?
Okay, all right.
So just please state your name and you could begin.
Okay, Irina
Hockenjoss, go
Hockenjoss.
ahead.
First of all, I'm not only not attorney, I have severe post-traumatic stress disorder after brutal murder of my husband for our first and only house. Therefore, I'm asking, give me a little bit more time as accommodation. Because it's hard for me to go to very painful issue, which continues for 15 years on a wish of Mr. Argo Valmieri, who bought adjacent property next to us, identical to our property. So the situation is this. 27 years ago, in 1997, we bought our first and only house, identical to all 48 properties in the block, built by one developer in 1925. So for complete years, American people lawfully obey their deeds and their surveys, and it never was any issue. In 2009, 12 years later than us, next to us became available lot 226. Before Mr. Palmieri, months and a half before he bought it, he came to us and told us he's taking us over. Our property is situated like this. It's a 21.17 by 100 lot. It is a 2 stories, fully detached house. Therefore, it is a private driveway for each owner. There is an easement on our side of the street of 2 feet It comes with the land. It doesn't depend on which Argo Palmyra or not or anyone else. It's came with the land for 100 years. So there is nothing to dispute. There is no legal issue there or any issue you mentioned. Argo Palmyra lot 226, identical to our lot 225. His driveway located on the left side of his house, our driveway located on the right side of his house, 20 feet apart. Argo Palmyra use bunch of tricks stating we have one driveway for two properties and it's only a drive-through, but our deed clearly stating it's a right of way we have into and over. There is a side door exist of 27 inches. My husband, an engineer who built tunnels, bridges, airports, and railroads for New York and New Jersey, and I showed that personally, and was the surveyor. So there's a 27 inches, everybody on our side has a door. It's convenient door. Also, our houses have front door of 26 inches egress, and not convenient egress, and back door, 26 inches, convenient door. And we all use our houses the same. That convenient door not necessary because from the house, person has 26 door to the basement from inside the house. So the goal is to build a bigger house. And by the zoning regulation, it was permitted at the time 25 feet high, but only 2.5 stories with inhabitable space on it. Third floor, like half floor, and in the basement. It was up to the limit. Besides, it was severe zoning violation because no portion of the house Argo Palmyra built close to than 5 feet that permitted. And my husband, again, we measured that and we established that. But the problem is, for any reason, Argo Palmyra wants to take over our driveway. And their door used. First project was accomplished, and I attached that as if it called the exhibit called fire exit. First, his approved project, a legally approved project, was to put fire exit on our driveway. Imagine we have right away into and over, dominant easement of 2 feet and unencumbered 6 feet of our property. All of a sudden, our driveway is coming approved fire exit, requiring zoning codes 10 feet in fence to the street. So in the beginning of our driveways, the in violation put cement planted that we can't even enter. That was the first project. We disapproved it. We spent time, money, but it never should be approved. The Department of Building violated bridging its fiduciary duty that cannot be breached. And as they cannot approve something that violates our deed, Argo Palmyra deed, and they sent us to the civil court with no reason. All Yale State attorneys stated there is no legal issue because Argo Palmyra doesn't have legal rights for any lot except the lot he bought, 226. So there is no legal rights for our lot, any part of it, a lot 226, 227, or 227, 228, or entire state building, or the White House, because it's in the same country, why not dispute it? So he has no legal rights for it. Therefore, all the legal nonsense throw away. Besides, when we get restraining order against him for not to violate our driveway, not to interfere with our driveway. That was also ignored, not just by him, by the Department of Buildings. So second approval was to put, instead of 27 inches existing door, it's three stories building already. I don't know if the door should exist at all by the zoning regulations and building codes, but he was putting a bigger door. It was not as, it was filed today by the Department of Building attorney. Suddenly, without any warning, was filed new project with 36 inches egress door coming on the driveway. But it was smaller door. It was 24 inches. That was overturned by Department of Building. Then he put stronger door, bigger, encroaching on our property. It was overturned 3 times. And the last one was the brick. The brick coming on our driveway, make it less than 8 foot, grandfather driveway, and it was also overturned. In the meantime, before all these approvals, Argo Palmyra managed to make Department of Building Inspector coming to us out of 48 identical properties, out of all New York State and United States, grandfather 8-foot driveway, we only one get violation for parking on our own driveway. We went to the Commissioner Thomas Ferriella. He stated, I'm not corrupt, and dismissed that violation. That was done previously. Ever since, Argo Palmyra was trying to get it many ways. Now, when my husband is murdered, and before my husband was attempted by him to put, I attached it just for your convenience, to how serious it is. We had avalanche of fraud, schemes, you name it. But I would not mention it, as you said. And but one I have to mention, he had attempted to put my husband in jail for 7 years, being absolutely innocent. So that didn't happen. We dismissed that case. But now, my husband, who was an asset for the United States, he was unique, talented engineer. He got defamed, he got abused, and he got murdered. For his first and only home, he loved his country. He was born in Garden City, New York. He loved his house, and he loved me. And all of it deprived. Why? There is no legal reason. There is no reason for Department of Building approving that. And I don't remember the name of the attorney of the Department of Building. He submitted before, when he was submitting stuff, he submitted before that Argo Palmyra suddenly found 4 inches there, not 2 inches after the 2 foot. And no, that's right, 27 inches door, because he has no easement on our property. We have easement over his property. And his property, not just his property, is the burden of easement by the deed and by the land. And so he has his easement on another side of his house from the lot 227. We have nothing to do with it. So because this concerns encroachment on our property, it violates several things. It violates a bunch of building codes. I submitted the recent submission, recent objection by the architect. It's a bunch of building codes and zoning regulations as well. And so you can imagine if you're encroaching on someone's property, immediately the zoning and building codes violation coming up. Besides, I'm not part of Argo Palmyra application, and because I'm not part of his application, it cannot be approved. And I was not a representative part of his application. How is getting approved on my property? So when I spoke to the Department of Building Commissioner Reda Shihada recently, and I asked him these questions. And what his answer was why he denied the application. He said he denied it because I am not part of his application. It's all the opposite. I can object construction on my property, but he cannot approve that application. He got it wrong. Also, he stating that Argo Palmyra has dominant easement over my property. He doesn't. He has on another side of his house the dominant easement for his own private driveway. So also Reda Shihada said that it wasn't approved yet. It was approved already. The encroachment was already approved. The bigger door was already approved. that by two deeds, it's violation by two deeds, it's forbidden. It's violation by building code and zoning regulation. Different one depends how big door is and depends how what is putting a fire exit or break or whatever. It's slightly different, but you clearly should understand that it's severe building code and zoning violations, which Department of Building cannot enforce. They should stop it. Opposite, our case should never exist. Besides, the Department of Building not only a violation for our driver used was attempt to give it to us and deprive us from our property, but also they in 2013 on the Argo fraudulent accusation, they stated we converted illegally oil to gas, but we converted seven legally by architect application, gas inspection, by gas test, and we have gas business since 1997. It doesn't serve the Department of Building at all. But the worst part is that we built identical properties, the same size. But after construction, Argo Palmyra would have double that, and we would have if my husband would laugh, no, I will be homeless. Why? Because it's violation of our deed. And because it's violation of our deed, the mortgage company will foreclose us. Thanks to Argo Palmyra, we have mortgages because we spent our life savings in the court unnecessary for no reason. Our deed stating the same thing. It's nothing to dispute or discuss there. The Department of Building violating two deeds, violating restraint order from court where they send us, and Department of Building violating application. Technically, they can't approve the Argo Palmyra build anything on our property or encroach on our property because it's severe building code and zoning violation, and it's a New York State penal law violation to deprive people from use, occupancy, and enjoyment of our property, which is severe crime. That what I was mentioning in relation to the actions, but the Department of Building does not understand it. They think they are excluded from that Article 155 New York State penal law and federal law. The extortion of the property is expensive, the biggest investment in your life. So I never thought it's going to come worse than losing 20,000. I hired that attorney and that architect I hired to address this issue with the door. They mentioned combustion materials, zoning, combustion materials in the front. It's a part of the construction. It was temporary, wooden made. He's going to change it anyway. I don't need to spend $20,000 for it. Besides, during mentioned above by you, the two staff work orders was severely violated. During both staff work orders, I live right there. Argo Palmyra brought 5 downstairs in the first and can't see to do demolition, which is without permit. A permit only 150 square feet without the permit. He did that. And here I was trying to hire architect or engineer or attorney, even those who submitted before for against fire exit, against the doors encroachments, bigger doors.
About 4.5 minutes.
Yes, almost done. I'm sorry. It's hard to think for me. I'm so sorry. I have severe, I'm telling you, heart pain and severe post-traumatic stress disorder. I have a doctor's note if you need. So let me please finish. So in this case, I hire them to stop take over of my house, take over of my property, but they fooled me. They took enormous amount of money from me. That stop work order never started. And second stop work order, Argo Palmyra wants because he needs to come to my property. And he can't because it comes with the limits from its needs for my permission. But he ignores that. Ignores that we are in courts, ignores that it needs my permission. He does it. And if we would have stopped him, he would have taken it a long time ago. And he keeps all that 15 years. He also sued his two, one architect and another one, an engineer, Katerinis, Emmanuel Katerinis and Igor Zaslavsky. He sued them for, like they wanted to put bigger door fire exit and so on. Like he has nothing to do with it. Now they're gone. Mr. Palomar architect stated to me, it is convenient cell door. No, he needed egress door, 36 inches, and it was 20 inches before, and 4 inches increased the side yard, which is cannot be expanded. It's two surveys done by us and by Argo Palmyra matching each other. And last thing I wanted to say that this now, he's claiming it's not even 4 inches, it's 9 inches. It's basically foot out of my driveway. And imagine what he's going to do. He already put a broom in my window when security camera didn't start working. He already taking pictures for me going to my driveway. He's going to just murder me because he considered that he must have two driveways. Two driveways. And this is my life, and it's not a joke. It's not a joke. Not only when we had two identical properties, the same size, the same. After his construction, he will have double lot, and I will be homeless. How's that construction? It's not the construction. And how's that my husband lost his life? I'm going to be the next. If you approve him, permit him, and the DRB lawyer submitted yesterday in the last moment 36 inches egress door goes to my driveway, unrolling the right way. Totally. There is no any right way or anything. And it's without my permission. And this is fraud after fraud after fraud. And as I told you, it's a breach in the fiduciary duty of Department of Buildings. We trust them, we rely on them, and see what they do. This is not acceptable. Nobody should be tortured and murdered for their property instead of occupying and enjoying it. And Argo Palmyra from Estonia, he doesn't have any doubts that he must enjoy, occupy, and use our property instead of him. So if worst comes to worst, I thought worse than losing 20,000 on nonsense that never was corrected, that just over stages of construction happening, losing just 20,000. But my application looks like you're ready to grant him my property. It's a losing 20,000 plus my property. In that case, I will withdraw application because I shouldn't be paying for stealing my property.
So are you withdrawing the application?
If you granting it to him.
No. It is your call. We can only take the direction. You're the one who filed the application to appeal. We are only deciding on the appeals case. And I think what you touched upon is more than what the appeal case is all about. So we can only focus just on the appeals case.
Just came with it. I'm so sorry.
Just the appeals case is what we can focus on. Right. So we just wanted to focus on the appeals case, and that is with regards to the appeal that was filed in 2023 with regards to all the objections that were raised by you. And the objections are listed in the objection sheet here, which is dated 2/9/2024. That was the first audit objection that was issued, which had 16 objections that were cited. And Then there was another addendum to the objection that was filed on, submitted on 8/8/2023, which identified 2 additional outstanding objections. And
Is it,
the,
may I ask you just one question? Is it even possibility that Department of Building should be restrained to interfere with my ability to have attorney, architect, or
if you
engineer?
want us to do our job, you have to let us hear what DOB has to say.
Right, but
Okay,
he
I
free
can
of
with-
charge will deliver my
He's
property
not
to
the judge.
this.
We are the deciding body here, and we are looking at all the documents you have submitted, all the documents DOB has submitted. And we are looking at it side by side based on what objections you have raised to DOB and has DOB addressed those objections. That's all what we are looking at. Anything else other than property rights and everything, that's in a different court. We are not the body.
It's not property rights, it's a severe zoning, building codes, an application violation.
Madam, I'll just tell you, we look at these sites a lot. And the zoning lot consists of 2 side yards. And one of the side yard, is part of your driveway. And the other portion of the side yard is part of the driveway for the other. That's all it is. But he is entitled to his zoning lot as you're entitled to your easement. That's how we are distinguishing. But we are looking at the zoning lot. We are not looking at the easement because that is not what's before us. We are not looking at anything to do with what the survey and what the easement agreement
It's-
requires. That's not our.
It comes with the zoning of building codes violations. It comes with.
All I can tell you.
But why he doesn't put on his own driveway?
Ms.
fire exit,
Hawkins,
let's
Ms.
say.
Hawkins,
I know his own.
Ms. Hawkins, I can appreciate your pursuit of this right. Unfortunately, they're
I
different.
don't want to die.
I'm not wanting
Mrs.,
you
I'm
to-
not sorry. I don't want to die, but it comes with that he's gonna kill me.
Ms. Hawkins, you have to let me speak. You have given us the task to do something. And we are doing our due diligence to explain it to you what we can do. I can tell you what we cannot do is what you're asking. Which is the easement rights and legal rights. Those are different courts.
It's not
That
legal
is-
rights,
that is a
already
different
established with
That
the
is a
TRO.
different- If you want us to, if you make a decision right now,
No.
we are going to be sued by by an entity because we don't have the authority. And that's not going to help you. So I'm trying to help you address the concern that you have raised. That is only within our scope. I cannot go outside our scope. I cannot have my board
So
go out of the. scope
There is
either.
a zone and building codes violation when you encroach. and come-
So the thing I can talk to, and the only thing we can speak to is with regards to the objections, the audit objections that were raised here, which were all actually very good objections that were raised based on your insight and issues and complaints you have raised. And DOB went through each and every objection that you you had raised. And we looked at the plan side by side along with all the objections that were raised to see if those were addressed or not. And if they are addressed, then what is the next step? There is none. What you're talking about is a different court. I'm going to allow DOB 20 minutes to make your presentation.
Presents, I'd just like to state for the record, this board disavows any sort of criminal allegations that have been made today. And to the extent we strike them from the record, they are stricken.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. My name is James Schmitz. I'm an assistant general counsel for the New York City Department of Buildings. Madam Chair Chandra, Vice Chair Shabeta, Commissioner Otter Brown, Commissioner Yoon, Commissioner Shetta. Nice to see you all again. I don't think I will need 20 minutes to make my argument. This appeal challenges the department's May 18th, 2023 decision to renew a particular permit. This is permit number 320078-250AL-01. We'll just call it a permit for the sake of discussion for the vertical and horizontal enlargement of the residential property at 2372 East 23rd Street in Brooklyn. We'll call it the premises. Very briefly, the appellant argues that the plans submitted by the owner, Mr. Argo Pomeri, in August of 2021 were contrary to the construction codes and the zoning resolutions then in force, and therefore DOB should never have approved those August 2021 plans, and never should have issued the permit. The department's argument here today is sort of on 2 points. Number one, that the entire issue has been mooted by post-approval amendments. The owner has withdrawn those August 21 plans and then submitted new ones. So the 5 deficiencies that noted in her appeal have been corrected. And so as a matter of paperwork, right, the plans from 2021 basically no longer exist, but it can be a trick, right? You can suddenly submit new plans that still have deficiencies with them, and the Department of Buildings reviewed those plans, and we found that they corrected those problems. So I do want to talk about those 5 issues that the appellant raised, but just very briefly, I want to just go into the nature of how this looked from the DOB's perspective. In June or July of 2023, we got a copy of appellant's filing. And the appellant was arguing, my goodness, these plans were approved in 2021 and they shouldn't have been. And she had several different reasons why she thought that was the case. The Department of Buildings investigated those plans. We looked at those plans. We cross-checked them with the applicable codes and the zoning resolution. And we decided, you know what? She's got a pretty good point. There's something a little bit strange here. We need to figure out what's going on. So, August 22nd, 2023, the department issued a 15-day notice to the owner of the next door property, the premises, Mr. Palmieri, stating that the permit would be revoked unless he could explain why these weren't deficiencies, or if he would make changes to the plans. I want to make it very, very clear that we're required by law to do that. Right? But that 15-day grace period is set by Administrative Code 28-105.10.1 that requires us to give a 15-day notice to the owner of the subject property, but then also to allow him an opportunity to either justify these things or to correct them. Right? And after many months of discussion, that was achieved. The owner submitted a couple of different amendments to the plans. Ultimately, the plans were submitted in March 2024. Dealt with ones that we have been discussing, not just the ones that Ms. Munoz raised in her appeal, but the things that the department found in our own audit back in August of 2023. But with respect to the issues that are in front of the board, the appellant, okay, sorry about that. I thought it sounded a little loud. All right. So with respect to the issues that the appellant raised in her papers, she noted that the PW1 form that was submitted with the August 2021 plans called for the premises to be built with type 2B, which is to say non-combustible construction under the 2022 code or the modern construction codes. We had a discussion with the owner about that. They amended that filing to list the construction classification as 2D, as in David, which is combustible construction under the 1968 code. So that was dealt with. Similarly, right on that same general theme, there was a concern about the front steps. And it was claimed that the front steps would be made of non-combustible construction. We talked to the owner agreed to change that and list that as combustible construction. And the concern about fire continues on to a theme about this property being located in the fire district, right, in Brooklyn. There are very complicated rules about how tall and how much square footage a building in the fire district can have if it's unsprinkler versus if it's sprinkler. And the original plans back in, or I guess I shouldn't say the original plans, but the amendment submitted in August of 2021 called for a building that was too tall to be unsprinkler. And we spoke to the owner about that, and the owner said, you know what, if this is what's necessary, I will put sprinklers in my building in order to have it be this height and this volume. And we said, okay, that satisfies the 1968 code on that point. The appellant also noted that the 2021 plans called for a back porch. In other words, sort of this rear obstruction in the backyard. And if it's going to be, according to technical policy and procedure note that was in place. If it projects more than a certain amount into the backyard, the space underneath it cannot be usable, right? And the 2021 plans called for that to be used. And we said, hey, this is a problem. This needs to be fixed. And so according to the plans that were ultimately approved, the owner backfilled that, or is to backfill that section of underneath the porch. And then there was also an issue with the side yard of the building, which some of what was discussed earlier today, but the physical distance between the lot line and Mr. Palmieri's house is 2 feet 4 inches, or should be, right? Okay, okay,
You
okay,
can't.
okay. So,
Return, please.
so there was a set of plans, I think the 2021 plans marked that distance as 2 feet instead. It turns out that part of that was, I think that the bricks ended up affecting the width of that, but also it turns out there was a survey error. And so both of those were corrected in the plans that were submitted in March of 2024. And as a result, the current plans show that distance should be 2 feet 4 inches, which is what it has been basically since the entire timer. So they're not increasing the degree of nonconformity. So from the department's point of view, right, we have a citizen who thought that there was something that was unsafe. There was a potentially combustible building that shouldn't be there, right? It wasn't sprinklered. There was a number of zoning issues that were there. She brought it to our attention by filing with BSA. We looked into it, and we not only agreed with her as regard to the 2021 plans, but we found a couple of other things that concerned us as well. And we looked into that, and we used our authority to potentially revoke that permit to persuade, I suppose is the polite word, to persuade Mr. Palmieri to change the plans to conform with those issues. Among other things, if you're going to have a building of this size, right, having a sprinkler system keeps it safe, right? So from the Department of Building standpoint, right, this worked out the way that it's supposed to. We found out about a problem. We agreed it was a problem. We made sure the problem would be fixed. And so we believe that since the amended plans comply with the construction codes and the zoning resolution, we believe the permit should not be revoked on the grounds identified in the appeal. And that, again, that's assuming we don't prevail on the argument that it's moot, right? We think that the new plans moot everything. There was one other thing I was going to say. So there's another concern, right? There's a practical concern here, which is, okay, you filed new plans in March of 2024, right? And they were approved by the Department of Buildings in mid-April of 2024. But then there's a question of what's actually happening on the ground, right? So there was some discussion. BSA had reached out to me on, I think, either Wednesday or Thursday, asking for clarification on the 110% issue. And it had mentioned, what's actually going on with this property. There have been, I think, a total of 402 complaints as of this morning as to this property, but a number of them recently have been about whether or not the work that's occurring at the site conforms to plans. I think that there have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 complaints since September about whether or not the work that's occurring at the site conforms to plans. Every single one of those complaints has resulted in an inspector going out to the property, reviewing the plans, reviewing the property, and concluding that there is no basis to issue a violation. So again, I don't think that that's relevant to the appeal here, which is whether or not the permit should be revoked. But just in case anyone is concerned about the safety here or anything else, the Department of Buildings is staying on top of this property. We have to go out every time there's a complaint. We have to go out and look at it. And so again, I think this whole issue has been mooted by the submission of new plans, but to the extent that it hasn't been, the issues identified by the appellant have been resolved. Thank you very much. I have nothing further unless the board has something for me.
No, thank you. And so just for the record, as I'm looking at the approved set of plans, is dated 3/5. It was revised 3/5/2024.
Okay, maybe it's March 5th instead of March 7th.
Yeah. And there I do see the where did I see it? The site plan does show that the width of the side yard is on one side existing, which is the pre-existing non-complying side yard. is 6 foot 3 inches on one
Right.
side.
It's,
And
that's the far side.
The
from-
far
from
side, and the other side is 2 foot 4 inches.
Yes,
From the appellant's side.
Right.
And the easement, and it also has a note that says easement is 2 foot.
yes,
Okay,
yes.
all right. So that's the latest one.
Mhm.
Okay. And the plan also says, as I'm looking at the plan, I just want to be absolutely clear that we are all on the same page. It says, on the plan says, replace the brick to stucco wall finish on the exterior, first floor plan. This will achieve the 2 foot 4 inches. Okay. And the existing door width as shown on the cellar plan is shown as 2 foot 6 inches.
I think that's correct, yeah.
That's how I'm just
Yep.
looking at the plan. If somebody wants to share the plan, I don't know, did everybody get the plan?
I emailed everyone.
Right. Commissioner Yoon, do you think you can share?
Okay,
that?
sorry, I was in the file, but it's not in the file from what I can
Yeah.
tell, but it's,
Yeah, it's not in the file.
when did you email it
I
to?
emailed it to you on Thursday or Friday. Forward again.
Yeah, if you can forward it to all the commissioners again.
I just sent it to you again.
So that's the plan. I remember I checked and I looked through all the objection notices that were issued on 8/8/2023 to see if those objections were also addressed or not in the revised plan, and it seems it did.
Mhm.
But I just want to make sure everybody is looking at the same thing. Yeah, this is the drawing. It should say on the, does it say? No, what does that title sheet, does the title sheet, I don't think that. No, the title sheet does not, no, the title sheet does not have, if you go up,
Yeah, that's the one that's in the file. I will share.
no, this is not the one.
Yeah,
No,
let
this
me
is not
share the
one.
ones that were emailed to us.
I
that-
think something that would have been just emailed,
Friday.
I received it, also. So,
I think this is.
yeah, this
set
is the one.
That
This
you're
is the
looking
one.
for, which I cannot find in the project file folder, but,
Yeah, this came in late Friday.
okay.
Right.
And by the way, members of the board, I apologize that those files were submitted on Friday. I found out about the request. I can't remember whether it was Wednesday or Thursday. It took a little while to respond to that. If I had known earlier, it would have gotten in sooner. I apologize.
So I think that is just part of our review process. We are
Yep.
reviewing it continuously, and as a request comes,
Mhm.
our staff reaches out
Mhm.
for additional information. So, so so I just want to, I think the drawing, the plan, the existing plan and the cellar floor, existing and proposed cellar floor plan where number 4 is written. Yeah, the drawing is not very clear. It's not coming out, but on my, it says it's 2 foot 6 inches is the width of the door.
Well, it is showing that it's the door opening is 2 foot 6 inches. One would presume that the door is slightly less because that includes
The swing.
the frame of the
Oh,
door.
right, right.
But it is strange that it shows up encroaching more across the side lot line on the ground floor plan. I don't know if someone's trying to speak.
No,
Oh,
no,
okay.
that was police department, yeah.
Okay. So obviously you can't encroach across
Right.
property line.
Right.
So the graphic is incorrect here and it shouldn't be a swinging past, which is obviously Ms. Haagen-Joss's concern that she's
Right.
brought up here. So
Right.
that does seem to be a graphical error. The width, the door cannot encroach past the property line, the side property line, without some kind of easement. So to that end, this is a graphical error and it should never, ever, unless she agrees to it. That is one thing that we should say, I think, in response to what her concern is. Whether that is grounds for revoking a work permit, that is not at all what I'm saying.
Right.
But I just want to address her point and that
Right.
the drawings do see, the math would add up, but it's not clear here that the door is actually falling within the width of that side yard, which is 2'4" according to the survey.
Right. Yeah.
Wait, you have,
I will give you the chance to
One
respond.
second, one
I will give you the chance to, we need to answer, get all our questions answered. Once we have the questions answered, then I will give you the opportunity to speak. Ms. Hawkinjoss, I'm sorry, this is our house and we have our rules. And this is our rules. Everybody follows it. I cannot break that rule for you. Thank you.
That's all. I just wanted to bring that up while we have this up.
While, okay, so please do look into that, but I think that's more, as Commissioner Yoon pointed out, that's really a typographical error because as she said, it cannot swing beyond the property line. And that might be the width of the entire opening,
Right.
but the actual, when you look at the door itself,
Mhm.
the door swing will be less than that once you take in the frame and everything. So it's a more of just a.
That's an assumption on my part, right?
Right.
So this is just something that we're talking about a couple inches here.
Right.
And that should be,
It was actually something that we did discuss internally back in June of this year. I don't remember what the conclusion of that was. I can check up.
Okay, if you can, that would be great. All right. Are there any other questions for Mr. Schmidt by the board members? Council, do you have any questions for Ms.? Okay.
We go to the public and have.
Have her just answer the question. Huh? If there's a 5-minute rebuttal. Fine.
10
We did say 10 minutes? Okay,
Okay.
10-minute
Do
rebuttal.
you want to?
I believe Mr. Palmieri is here as well. I think.
Oh, Mr. Palmieri is here? Okay, so we have
Would you
to
like
let
to
the property owner also speak.
are you gonna speak?
If you want to
If you
speak.
want to.
If you want to speak, if you don't have to speak, it's okay. Okay,
Okay.
all right.
Please just
It's
come up
up
to
to
the.
you,
have to
it's up
come.
to you. You. Ms. Hawkinjoss,
You're welcome to speak. You're not required to
you're not
speak.
required to, and if you want to put anything in writing, you can do that, but you're not required to
The
speak.
board did receive-
We
Um,
read it.
If you make to speak, it has to be done at the microphone because you're not picked up otherwise.
Yeah,
Yeah.
now's a good time.
Just introduce yourself.
Just
please.
speak to the mic because it's
Yes.
being recorded and state your name.
My name is Algo Palmier. I'm the only owner of the East 2372 East 23rd Street. And I just want to mention, one thing in here that, the swing in the door, what we are talking about here is actually our deeds. They're, exactly in every single part of the deed in 48 houses. They're all similar. And then the deeds, it says it's going to swing to the other property owner. So you have a copy of that on your attachments, the deed, and you can read a part of the deed. It says on it. And the only one thing I want to be mentioned more is that that the original door on my house and all other houses are about 30 inches. Okay, so that some of them are 29 and some of them are 29 and a half. We went to measure houses, few houses, neighbors who let us measure, and they're all the same. They're about 100 years being the same on it. I actually do have a picture of my house. It's the original door frame is still there, just temporary basis. The owner who was owning the house before me, they attached smaller door top of that frame. So we have the original frame in there. That's what the architect, when we went to DOB, we explained them about it, and that's all I have it. That it's the swing into the, like you said, the swing into the neighbor's property is actually in our deeds here. So you have the copy of that, and just please take a look, and I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's all. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I do see that now in the schedule. I apologize. I missed that earlier.
Thank you, Commissioner Yoon, for checking in on that. Okay, we will give, I think 10 minutes. So we have not-
Yes, hi, Lina. I can choose.
You have 10 minutes.
This one is, for 15 years, the survey is showing 2 inches there. And the door that my husband professionally measure it's 27 inches, and the property also and the preliminary surveyor, before he started the construction, show 2 inches, and for 15 years it stayed. And the Department of Building disapproved 4 times, bigger doors, fire exits, and based on that surveys. So now, I should work in and say there is a 4 inches there, there's not 4 inches, we measured that many times. Because I got complain that I don't have a driveway. It's very important that every inch is there, because he's planning to allow my driveway. He's saying I should park somewhere else since the day he decided to buy the property, not when he bought it. Once and a half before he bought it, he came to us, was trying to park his car on our driveway, told us to park somewhere else, and he's taking it over. At least to your knowledge, the pictures are primarily painting 3 feet on our driveway encroachment. At that point, our driveway would not exist, and every inch of that 8-foot driveway. That's why it was for the approvals, Argo Palmyra, when my husband was alive, none was submitted also, showing 4 inches. On Friday, Department of Building attorney submitted 9 inches he has. And there's an encroachment now on my unencumbered property, which never was there. There's no encroachment in our unencumbered property, not by deed, and there's no easement on our property. Neither by surveys, neither by anything. Therefore, you easily jump on the conclusion that eventually, 15 years later, after 4 disapprovals, after he sued his architect, engineer, and disapprovals by the Department of Buildings itself, by submission of our attorneys, architect, and my husband, all of the sudden, also showing there's a land just start growing. It's 4 inches around there, but then it's that door. 4 inches more. He will say she was not driveway, there's no more 8 foot. And I know what he will do it, he did it to the project. Therefore, it's got to be careful. And whatever is submitted by the attorney on Friday, all products on Friday, he submitted 26 inches going on our driveway. It's basically 1 foot encroachment in our property. And a 9 feet additionally, 9 inches additionally came somewhere, even as I saw I got created. So I want to address it. I had no chance to address it. There wasn't a chance to address that. Because I was trying to, again, contact the attorney, and attorney told me the same thing. The Department of Building State to reach the rules in the zoning attorney, architect, and engineers stay away from her. That issue is unique. It's not every day related. It's because he came from Estonia. Decided to make no rules in the United States.
You stick to the content of the matter. You're
yes,
helping.
It's unusual, but what I'm saying.
It is very
usually.
Ms. Hawkins,
yes.
it's very simple. It's these audit documents that you were challenging. And I mean, these audits were based on the challenges that you had. Nothing, anything that you have stated is not in the challenge. So you're wasting your time and you're wasting.
No, but it says survey based on what? Based on what? I never saw that survey. That never was in my driveway cannot disappear because survey is fake. Accurate.
It will disappear, Ms. Hawkins. Everything has to comply with the zoning. Everything has to comply with the property. And the property is as the survey shows. The survey shows the property is, your property is 29 foot 2 inches. Your adjacent property owner's property is also 29 foot 2 inches. And in
no, 17 inches it's supposed to be.
Yours, okay, I don't have.
21.17 inches.
So by what I have it on the subject case. The subject case, the total property width is 29 foot 2 inches.
I will look
And that-
into, I will look into
It's
that
your
because,
submission.
because this, I don't know if it's my submission or the architect's submission.
It is your submission.
No,
Read
no,
it
no.
out, just a submission.
Okay, I will listen to that, considering what condition I am. Do you want me to give it to you, doctor's notes that I have seen, I'm not sleeping.
I understand what you're going through, but you have to let us exercise.
Okay, can I stick to the point? Can I stick to the point? When I spoke to the Department of Business Commissioner, Rabbi Shahaba, he stated to me that he confused. He said it's not intentional. He confused. He thought that Argo Paloni was over our property, dominant easement of 2 feet. He didn't know that it's only opposite. Also, he did not consider that he cannot approve application that we are not part of it. He thought it's our application. So in 2 issues that our application was denied, he stated it's not intentional and he is confused. So
So that has been corrected. So where is the issue now?
the issue is that our objection, my objection should be submitted and should be accepted.
If you, the objection that you're raising is not before this board. The objections that you have raised regarding the appeal is before this board and we are hearing this. What you have raised is a different court and we cannot address that. So
What different court?
I don't know what court.
Because now the civil Supreme Court doesn't know what the requirement for the application. Who is approving, who's part of application? It's a technical affair.
Sorry that you do not have a counsel. I really wish you had a general counsel who would have explained to you what is the
Thanks to the
process.
building illegal action and
You did take the right action by going to DOB and DOB followed through per regulations and per code to follow up and make sure the building is compliant with the zoning code, compliant with the building code, compliant with the administrative code. Anything other than that is not.
May you also tell you that is ridiculous. They talking about correction of what? Next step of his construction, he put illegally that combustion materials wooden porch he put. It exists for 15 years. Okay, we complain, they ignore. He's saying that all the inspector is coming. Inspector never come from Department of Buildings. They checking that everything is fine. They came in dumpster
Ms.
getting
Hawkinjas, I strongly recommend that you review the plan that has been approved that we are reviewing. Because while it may have been built incorrectly, as you pointed out, please let me speak. As it has been pointed out, but it was incorrectly built and DOB pointed it out too, and DOB asked them to revise it. Now it's in the plan. Of course, the plan has to be implemented. And the plan has to be implemented per, everything that has to be built has to be pursuant to the plan. If it's not built to the pursuant to the plan, then DOB can take next action. But until that action is taken, we can only go by what DOB has approved and that it is complying with all the codes and regulatory controls, which it is. Therefore, I really do not have any.
No, it's not. It's never were inside. Inspector, I requested myself being part of that instruction.
Ms. Hawkinjas,
Dismissed that.
Ms. Hawkinjas, the
Checking
plan,
from
the
Department of
corrections that you
Buildings.
pointed out, the corrections have been made to the.
No, it was not. It was.
Really? I'm sorry.
This is now we're
It's not-
arguing here and that's. how we-
Thank you. Were inside. When I was complaining about the dumpsters, they said they never were inside.
You permitted to submit any other thoughts in writing. I think at this point, we still should go to the public.
We should go to the public. Okay. You want to rebut?
Council,
Just, okay, go ahead.
So in connection, members of the board, in connection with some of the issues that were just talked about regarding the side door and the easement, I've been trying to call up on my tablet the deeds for both this property and the neighboring property. This would be block 7405, lot 226 is the is the main premises. Lot 225 is Ms. Hawkinos's premises. The way these deeds are written is the deed for any particular property. If you're standing on the street, the deed for any particular property talks about a dominant easement over the property, like the side yard to the left of the house.
And they have
right?
their
What we call,
Ms. Hawkins-Joss.
what we call,
Ms. Hawkins, I'm going to ask you to leave the premise if you're going to talk out of line.
Stop.
Ms. Hawkins-Joss, I'm going to ask you to leave the site, please. I'm going to ask you to leave the site.
so each deed talks about the house talks about an easement immediately to the left, right? The property that Mr. Palmieri owns, which is the property we're discussing here today, mentions that his easement, right, over the house on the far side is subject to a door on that house that is, I don't know the language right now, like I don't have it in front of me, but it says something that it's subject to a door swinging out into potentially Mr. Palmieri's property. I looked at a very recent version of the deed for Miss Hawkinos's house when it was transferred, I think, from her husband's name to I think the trust. It does not have that language. I don't know whether the language of the original purchase has that right now. But I think there's at least a possibility of that. And so I'll look into it.
And we see a lot of these build projects, and this is very similar layout with similar kind of structure.
I just had a question for DOB to clarify the record. The permit or document or final determination to which this appeal was filed initially, is that being relied upon by either the Department of Buildings or the homeowner?
You're talking about the plans that justified the
plans that predicated the filing of this appeal?
No, those have been completely replaced by the post-approval amendment, I think, like, first of all, like in January of 2024, and then again on March 5th of 2024. So they're like 2 generations old at this point.
Thank you.
March 2024.
No,
is
you
the
were
latest.
saying, counsel, you were stating that, ma'am, please,
Ms. Hawkins-Joss.
you'll have an opportunity to submit any further statements that you have in writing. But we do need to get through the day. This is not our only case today. I understand, but you could submit it in writing and then it'll be much more clear. Right now, we're just becoming argumentative, and that's not helping us. And it's not helping your case either. You were stated that you reviewed the applicant's easement on, and it didn't have any language with regard to
the most recent deed does not. But I'd have to check the original purchase deed.
Okay. But you do see an easement for
there's certainly an easement for a driveway. There's a 2-foot easement for a driveway.
Okay. The particular language about the door opening isn't in this particular one.
Not the one that I saw.
And you're going to research.
Yeah, I'm going to look in that.
Thank you.
Okay, do we go to the public now?
Yeah,
Public, please.
let's go to the public.
Ms. Hawkins-Joss.
Just gonna stand for the record, you haven't been recognized by the board and your comments are not being reflected in the transcript.
The case, Ms. Hawkins-Joss, please.
Hold on. Let her call for the public, and while we are waiting for the public to call in, she can use that time, but no more than that. No.
Wait, not yet.
First call the
Let
public.
Tony
First call
call
the
the public.
public.
The case we're currently discussing is 2023-29A, 2372 East 23rd Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 161-147-6247 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to discuss. Okay.
While public is calling in, Ms. Hawkins-Joss, you have
You have
2
one-
minutes.
1 minute and 20 seconds.
I'll give her 2 minutes.
Okay.
From the time she speaks.
Господи, трудно стресс.
The deed.
No, they did. He said they changed the, господи, they changed the, no, they changed the, господи, trust, under the trust. That was done 2 years ago. That was not done at all. And the deeds, as it was written 100 years ago, in 1925, they never changed. There is no such a since latest deed. That's the original deed. Someone's also religion should be done. But that exactly stated the door as it's built. It does not discuss how many inches. It says as it's built. And how many inches to the property line to the easement, as it's built is 27 inches. And not only allowed door, if you correctly measure it, I know our department measured in front of me, he measured with other parts of the door. He didn't measure just the door. And my husband pictures I presented can measure just the door, as professional engineer will do. Our department does not have any license. Our department does not have license contractors working there. There's nobody to talk to, nobody to do inspections. It should be professionally done. There's the contractor listed. It's fake contractors. As to his delivery, does not protect himself in the store. It's really dangerous construction.
Excuse me. I apologize. There is a little bit of a sound issue and it's gotten worse. So right now the sound is not good.
Acquisitions, so it's the phone to
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Prenga?
Take the microphone.
Yeah, Ms. Prenga.
Hi, I don't know if anyone heard me. There's a little bit of a sound issue, which we could still make out with it, she was saying before, but now it's just very bad. We can't understand what she's saying. The sound, I don't know, it's like it's not clear. Sorry.
I'm speaking through the microphone now. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, that's clear.
Over distorting, she might have been speaking too close to the microphone.
Do we get any members of the public?
No.
No.
I just want to say this is a submission that was made on 11/22/2024. It's an amended Schedule A, title number NMA-3851K. And this was for block 7405, lot 226. And in that, it talks about all the amended Schedule A, it gives the meets and bounds, and then it goes into a statement says, together with an easement to maintain the door as the same now exists in the northerly side of the building erected on the premises above described as the said door swing on the premise on the north. And with the easement and the right of way for the purpose of the driveway in and to and over the strip of land of 2-foot width. Is that the one that Mr. Schmidt you were referring to? 2 foot in width of the premise fronting on the west side of Delmera Place, immediately adjoining the premises herein described on the southern side and thereof and running back to the garage. This is a standard thing that is happening on every piece of the lot that's located on this block front. So I'm not sure how I'm misreading this.
No.
I'm not misreading this at all. This is your submission, madam. This is your submission. And
She's reading the deed of Mr.
Mary's house.
The chair is reading the appellant's submission, which is the deed of Mr. Palmieri's house.
Presenting Stewart Title Insurance Company Amendment Schedule A. This was submitted by Ms. Hawkinjas, and it talks about the easement of every property, which I believe, and as I know so, and as I understand it, is similar for every property where there is the driveway, and then there is, and it also talks about an easement and a right of way for the purpose of the driveway in. It also talks about the adjoining owner on the south to maintain a door as the same exits in the northerly wall of the building erected on the premise adjoining on the south side as the said door awning of the premise hearing described. It's a repeat of the same thing that goes from one property to the other. So I don't see anything that is contrary to the easement so far that's stated here, that's been submitted by Ms. Hawkins to our file and to what the plans as shown in the as approved by DOB is. Is there any confusion by the commissioners on these documents? Do these documents side by side answer the questions and erase any confusion?
I think
There was no
was-
confusion to
I
start
don't
off
have
with.
confusion.
Okay. So I'm going to, before I close, I'm going to close the hearing, but before I close the hearing, I want to ask you one question. Do you want to withdraw the application or do you want us to make a determination based on how we understand this case to be?
Give her the mic.
Please, hold on. We need to
wait,
record
wait.
you. We need to record you. Hold on.
Wait.
It's only picked up if you have the microphone, and please keep a little bit of distance between your mouth and the microphone so it gets picked up.
It's difficult, I will be there. Yeah. So, the Department of Buildings, attorney talking about late deed. What mean late deed? Some kind of new deed. This deed saying as exist, right? As door as exist. And my husband measured that door. I have a picture of it there.
There
Also,
is no, late deed. The only thing that we have in file is the deed that you have submitted. There's no late
I'm so
deed.
sorry, the chair asked a very specific question. Would you like to re-ask the
Question
question?
is, do you want to withdraw this application or do you want to proceed based on what we have just stated?
I do not know what you based. You planning to.
We based it
consider-
on,
He stated several things. He stated that because of
Ma'am.
trust.
Ms.
did
Hawkins,
change.
Ms.
He
Hawkins,
did
we are,
not change.
Ms. Hawkins, can I just say something? Make it simple for everybody. We all have been in this room since 10 o'clock in the morning. Whatever we are saying, you're hearing. Whatever you're saying, we are hearing. So please don't repeat. We know what has been said and what we know. So the question is very simple. You filed a complaint, bunch of complaints to DOB, and many of the complaints were valid. DOB noticed that, and the 2021 plans were asked to be revised, and the property owner worked with DOB to address not only the complaints that were raised by you, but additional complaints that DOB found that were contrary to the zoning regulation, to the administrative code, to the building code, and any other regulatory controls that DOB exercises in reviewing plans. They exercised, they issued audits, and as each audit got revised, plans were filed. And that was the first set of revised plan that was submitted was September of 2023. Then after that, DOB went back and found additional 2 problems. And based on those additional 2 problems, they issued another objection. That is dated August 8, 2023. And based on that, the property owner revised the plan, and the revised set of plans are the March 5th, 2024 plan. That is the most recent revised plan, which addresses all the complaints, the 5 complaints that DOB council stated, and additional comments that DOB had. Those comments were resolved. Now, based on what you have submitted and how DOB and the property owner responded to the comments, this board is of the opinion that the ground for revocation is moot because it has been addressed. There's nothing to revoke. Your permit to revoke would be when something has not been addressed. In this case, all the complaints that you have raised has been addressed. What you are asking for is not before the board. We cannot take that decision. What you're asking for, if you want to file, you can file separately, but that action is not before the board. And I don't even think we are the body to answer that question. Honestly speaking, That's a different body. That's a civil matter. This is getting into civil matters.
What
We
we
are not a
talking
civil
about,
body.
that he,
The easement issue and all of that. has nothing-
easement comes with the land. There's not any.
And it's a
legal
civil matter. It is not before us. That's all I'm telling you.
Okay, I'm withdrawing.
So-
I'm
so
withdrawing.
therefore, so
That's
we
it,
can only-
because if
So
you
all I'm
will not
asking is-
address it, I have to address it
Hakaja,
properly. And all that was,
Ms. Hawkins.
Ms. Hawkins, all I'm saying is, based on what I just summarized, what was before us, based on what you filed, and how it has been resolved by DOB, based
it
on.
was
the
not
approved-
resolved.
It has been resolved based on the approved set of plans.
That's what said to you, but then what is in reality is totally different story. I never had approval for 15 years
Okay.
to build
Right.
146.
So do you want to withdraw the application?
I want to withdraw because it's nothing into that application true. It's not true that it was revised. It's not true that it was corrected. And
Okay,
I
thank
don't
you.
want it based on a lie.
Chair is asking if you are making a motion to withdraw your appeal.
Yes, I will.
Okay,
Okay.
all right. The appellant is making has made a last minute decision to withdraw the application. I therefore make a motion to withdraw this
To permit
application,
withdrawal,
to
yeah.
permit withdrawal of this application.
So take it as a.
Yeah,
Because
Chair
you're not
Shanka?
addressing, sorry, not addressing
Chair Shabeta?
encroachment in property.
Commissioner Ali
And
Grant,
that is,
Commissioner Sheta,
we
Commissioner
could-
Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, the application has been withdrawn. This case is closed and thank you all for your participation. We're going to take how long of a lunch break do you want to take? Because we haven't had any.
1:30. Gonna go to 2:00?
2 o'clock? Make it 2:10, just 2:10. We are at 1:35.
We will resume, ladies and gentlemen, at 2:10 for the rest of the public hearing.
Thank you all.
Hey, Ms. Matias, we are live, we are streaming. You may proceed.
It's not on. Good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for December 9th, 2024. We'll resume with the special order calendar, continued hearing item 16-93BZ, 110 Christopher Street, Manhattan.
I don't see Mr. Safura.
He had problems earlier getting in. I don't know if he's still. Carl Savaro. Okay, I'm trying to get him on the phone. He didn't reach out to me. He said something, Manny, did, he's going back, he registered.
Chair, your camera's off. Oh. Thank you.
You want a second caller, maybe?
Yeah, let's do a second call.
Let me just, wait, let me just do it real quick, sorry. Hi, Carl, can you call in or you get online? We're calling your case. He says we don't hear him.
But I don't.
He's not in the Zoom room.
Are you in the Zoom room?
No,
You're not in the Zoom room. He says he is.
he is not. Carl, what name are you under? Raise your Zoom hand.
Continue on.
No, I can't do that. Raise your Zoom hand.
Everything that he needs to say.
Turn YouTube off.
Okay. He can continue on. No, I can't do that. Just Zoom hand.
He's listening to YouTube.
Is there a delay?
YouTube.
Turn off your.
Oh.
Let me hang up on him.
Well,
Yeah.
this is his son. He never received the link to get into this room.
No, you go to the website. You have to go to the website and register.
Okay, we're gonna second call.
All right, so go, we're gonna second call you. We're gonna second call you.
And can
You
some.
go to the website. Go to the website and you'll register. You have to register. Where it says public hearings, click on that and you register. Yeah, I have to hang up on you because we have to go, we have to move forward. All right, Chase is gonna email you, okay? Okay, we're gonna second call 1693BZ. Let's move to the new cases. Item number 17, 32853BZ, 3424 East Tremont Avenue, the Bronx.
That would be Daniel Ash.
Oh, sorry. It's Safaro Law at AOL.com.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Please state, is anyone with you?
No.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony, but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
My name is Daniel Ash from Walter Gorman Engineering. I was able to listen to the board's comments earlier. Thank you for the feedback. I was not aware about the U-Haul operation, but since the comments this morning, I reached out to our contacts who spoke with the dealer, and we're going to make sure that gets discontinued. I know the board was giving us some options for possibly keeping it with changing around the layout, but there wouldn't be room for parking. So we're going to notify the dealer that has to be taken off. It'll be removed from the U-Haul website and from the site itself.
So that needs to happen before the board can vote on it.
Understood. We'll have a change before our continued hearing.
Yeah, great.
Also, the board was commenting, I think you resolved amongst yourselves about the continuous use, that this was not an extension of term case.
Yeah.
And then, okay. Also, I saw Commissioner Yoon mentioned about for the lighting analysis, that there was showing a storage trailer and frame. That was, the analysis was done a long time ago. They did have some illegal construction at one point. That's all been removed as documented on the photos that we submitted as part of the case. I also understood that you were looking for interior photos. When I looked at the pictorial views, I thought we did give interior photos for this site from all different angles. I could share my screen of what we gave before, or if you have it open.
I did use those photos that you were submitted to verify that the trailer and the shed frame were no longer, the frame shed were no longer there. But since the chair had asked for additional photos, but I was asking for clear photos of that specific, I think I had to zoom in. But please share the screen. Let's go through the photos so everyone's on the same page.
Yeah. So this is the pictorial views, just different side. I can show you, like, right to the side that had the frame, but I'll just show you that we did capture the different angles from within the site. It was back here on the left is where
Okay.
there once was. Let me see if there's anything closer up. Yeah, it's to the side of the building. Here you go. This was where it used to be, and now they just have the garbage.
See.
But when we go out to take pictures for the U-Haul being removed, we'll get some more interior photos to include.
Okay. Yep, that would be helpful. And yep, all right.
I believe that was all the concerns.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I think those. Okay, is, yep, okay, yeah.
We'll get an affidavit also that the U-Haul has been removed when we resubmit with additional photos.
Typically, the way it happens, we look towards the U-Haul website
To see that this address.
to
is
see
no
the,
longer posted.
this address is no longer active. So you need to remove the listing from the U-Haul. And
Understood.
with that, an affidavit would be great. Okay, any other questions? For Mr. Ash? All right, let's go to the public.
Hey, Ms. Ash, could you just stop sharing the screen, please?
All right.
The case we are currently discussing is 32853 BZ, 3424 East Tremont Avenue, the Bronx. Oh, should you wish to discuss this case, dial 669-254-5252. Enter webinar ID number 161-147-6247 and press pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. And if you're in the Zoom room already, you will raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, we'll have 3 minutes in which to discuss. A little too low. Cheers. I have 1 minute.
How long will it take for you to resolve the U-Haul matter?
I would say give us a month to make sure it's off completely.
So we can schedule this for February.
Yes.
That's what I'm looking at the calendar. So far, it doesn't look that crowded. February 6th. So the submission date for February 24th is February 6th. That will give you a month of December, a month of entire January. And given that this is holiday period and it may, I don't know, if you want that or if you want the February 10th, the submission date is January 23rd.
Keep the February 6th with the 24th hearing.
Okay.
Okay, there were no one who raised their hands or called in.
So it will be a continued.
Okay,
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
do you want
Happy
to
holidays.
Paul Safaro, keep going?
Is Mr. Salfaro
Yeah,
in
he's
there?
in the room.
He is in the room? Okay,
Yeah.
let's go back to Mr. Salfaro.
Okay, so the case, we're recalling item number 1693 BZ, volume 3, 110 Christopher Street, Manhattan. Can you let him in? Chase is in a call with DOI.
There are two calls Salfaros. I'm letting both of them in. Okay. Is Mr. Salfaro in?
Do the other one?
Okay. I'm trying again. Deb,
Got him?
I thought I've let him in, but I don't see him in the,
Mr. Safaro, raise your hand. Raise your Zoom hand. Please join us as panelists. We let you in, so I don't understand what's going
yeah,
on.
he should be in as a panelist, right? He's,
You're in.
see him. I've let him in, but I don't see him in the panel.
Carlo? We're having an issue, Mr. Safaro.
Okay, someone needs to walk him through.
Yeah. All right, I'm just gonna have to.
We'll second call him.
Well, second call.
Third call him.
Third call, I'm sorry.
Call
I'm
him.
sorry, Mr. Safaro. I don't know why it's not working.
He's
You're in
not
the room.
panel.
I don't know what's going on.
No, he's not in the panel.
You just left, he left?
But he didn't join the panel. I don't see his name on the panel list.
I don't understand. All right, look. We have other cases to get to. I'm sorry. Don't want to be rude, but, okay. Item number 2018-33 BZ, 3141 97th Street, Queens. This is Arthur Yellen.
Can you ask Carlo to help him? Tony, can you have Carlo directly reach out to
Okay.
Salfaro and walk him down? Okay, yes, Mr. Yellen is there.
Hello,
Yes,
Yes,
just
hi,
give us a
Mr. Yellen.
second. Yeah,
hello.
yes, yes,
One
we see you,
Okay.
we,
Okay.
Correct him how to get in.
Okay.
Okay, fine.
Okay, do you want me?
Mr. Yellen, hi, it's Johnny Matias. Can you
Yes.
raise your right hand, please? Can you raise your right hand, sir?
Yes,
yeah.
Okay. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay, please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review.
Okay.
Sorry, my
All right.
chair.
My name is Arthur Yellen. I'm an architect. And, okay, so this project didn't go very far because of a negligent contractor who basically created a lot of violating conditions that the owner of the property could not bear. She took a year or more, 2 years to find a buyer. She found a buyer who's a developer who's done significant work in the city, and he's been working on getting rid of the violations. This morning you said, how could you objected to the violations? Well, in fact, the violations are being removed. A month ago, there were 8 ECB and 3 DOB violations. Today, there are 7 ECB and no DOB. Of the ECB, 2 of them were approved on Friday. A third is pending. I assume if they're approved, those 3 will be removed. And of the 7, there'll be 4 left. Of those 4 violations, which basically involved a fence permit, different conditions of a leaning fence, we cannot continue with the job. We cannot get a new building permit unless the BSA grants us an extension.
So, and what is the correlation with the new building permit and the erecting the fence?
The fence, that's one of the violations that require a new building permit. We cannot correct that violation without a new building permit.
I thought fence will require an,
We have to be on site and we have to do work on site and we need a permit to do that.
okay.
Do you have an excavation permit active? No permit is active. What we have is a fence permit. But we need a building permit to correct the violations on the fence.
Is the status of that subject site still excavated with rakers in place? As I haven't seen this in the photos you submitted. I'm looking at it at Google View. I see that on Google, it shows that the building is, that the site is excavated.
It is partially excavated. Yes, it was never completed. The excavation was never completed.
So if it has been partially excavated, wouldn't a fence have been required when excavation is undergoing?
Yes, there was a fence. There still is a fence in disrepair. It has been corrected a number of times. I think it's been corrected, but to continue after that, we need a building permit.
So fence has been repaired?
One of the violations, there are 7 violations. 2 are for job site fence. These violations have been submitted for the correction has been approved. We're waiting for the permit, the renewed permit for the fence.
A third for the fence has been submitted. It's pending review by the building department. The other violations require a new building permit, which we cannot get without the extended BSA approval. Those violations include having documents on site, having a survey, having the site monitoring set up.
Yeah, and that odd that the fence permit would require to put up a fence, a new building permit is required. I thought fence is mostly to protect the site. And when there is any bit of work that is going on, fence permit would be granted. I did not know that there's a direct correlation between fence permit with the new building permit only. If you have excavation going on, then you would still have to put up a fence. If
There are additional problems. The violations indicate there were a lack of documents on site. We cannot get a new permit without having documents on site, having a survey and the site monitoring set up.
Okay, all right, so it would be helpful, if you can just send a letter, cover letter, explaining the remaining outstanding violations and what the status of these violations are and how they will be cured, which ones can only be cured once a new building permit has been issued.
All of them will be immediately corrected.
Okay.
And we'll file for the new building permit.
Okay.
Which we had, but is expired, and we have to file a new building permit.
Okay. And need to provide a timeline as to when you think this application will be this building will be fully built and occupied.
Well, I would say between a year and a year and a half.
So let's just say 2 years.
Yes, that's what I have on my paperwork.
Okay.
Do you have a cellar ready to go? Because I'm concerned about the condition of the site being excavated and shored. The sides of excavations are shored like that. And there is, if I can share my screen. Give me 1 second. Yeah, this is kind of an active driveway here.
Yes, that is not the site. That's the adjacent property.
And luckily the other driveway, I'm not sure if this is still the case, but it sounds like it's just a grassed area. It's not used to.
Right.
That's not property.
Yeah, and the side is kind of like has a caution, which is sidewalk.
Yes.
But if you look at that site, bear with me, that Google is not, You see these white lines? These are the steel beams that's shoring the sides of the excavations. And apparently, since you can't see the entire beam, that means that the entire side is excavated. It's actually, I would say, it's excavated to the full excavation depth.
Not to the full depth. It has to be cleared again. It hasn't been worked on since it closed down. And the driveway to the left is now an independent lot. It used to be part of the adjacent lot, but not anymore.
Yeah, I understand. My point is, yes, I understand it's going to be some clearing, probably some minor excavations.
We have to repair it and bracing.
But my point is, if you have cars parked, actually, this is one of the cars that's parking there. If you have cars parked here and drive in and out, and you have excavated site like this, and there is rain or something, and material, I'm not sure what kind of excavation support is this. Material starts seeping or so, especially from that driveway, it's gonna be a problem. I just wanted to raise this to make clear that BSA has raised it and it's doesn't fall within our jurisdiction here. We cannot tell you what to do. But at the end of the day, regardless, you have a working permit now or not, you
So-
need to take whatever measure to make sure that this site is not gonna negatively impact any of the adjacent sites to it.
That's correct.
Commissioner Sheta, this is the first extension the applicant is requesting. I remember reviewing this case when it was before the board for a variance. So this is, and the applicant is stating that it needs the extension of time in order for it to proceed with all the submission and the building permit, and then they can proceed to secure it. So the sooner we can grant it, hopefully sooner you can then proceed with DOB to make the space secure and safe. For not just for your client, but also and not be a liability for your client for the adjacent property. So we just wanted to make that clear.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you,
All
Chair.
right. If there are any other questions or comments, let's go to the public.
Screen up, Jella. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
The case that's before us, we're currently discussing is 2018-33 BC. Should you wish to comment on this case, please dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 161-147-6247 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to provide testimony. How much time you need? Sorry.
I don't think he needs anything to
needs-
submit.
No,
I don't think anything needs to be submitted on this one.
I think
Uh,
you wanted just an update on the violations, or do you not want it in the record?
Yeah, if you can just provide an update on the violation. Because it seems it's constantly,
Yeah, they're all in the works.
right. So just provide a cover letter indicating the status of the violation.
Okay, yes,
All right. Can we schedule this for early January? Yeah, okay, I'm going to recommend that we close the hearing and we will schedule it for early January vote. And the submission date. Just want to, what is the submission date for? Submission date for early January
December 19th.
is December 19th. You have, you can submit even a week later. That's fine.
okay, we will.
Okay.
Ms. Matias, Mr. Sofaro was successful in getting in.
Yeah, I'm
Great,
aware of that.
thank you. We are going to call his case after this.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank
all
you,
right.
Mr.
Make a
Yellen.
motion to close.
Chair, sorry, Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta, Vice Chair Zabetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay.
Happy holidays.
Thank you. Thank you.
Safaro. We're calling back item number 1693 BZ, volume 3, 110 Christopher Street, Manhattan. Hey, Mr. Safaro, nice to see you. Raise your right hand.
Mr. Yellen, you don't need to be in the room anymore.
Thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to the board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed.
I'm Carl Safaro. I'm the applicant for this application. I did hear at the, good afternoon. I did hear at the executive session some concerns from the board I understand that the quality of life issues have been adequately addressed. The question had arisen whether or not the plan should be amended so as to provide a chart indicating the maximum number of occupants for each of the commercial spaces in the cellar. You asked for my opinion. In my opinion, I think the most effective way to establish and publish this restriction would be to incorporate it into the resolution. Therefore, it could be part of the amended occupancy schedule at the building department for this application, which eventually would inure into any C of O, any renewal C of O that might be issued by Department of Buildings. And then everyone could see it on the C of O. We talked about having 2 people maximum in the office. I don't see any problem with that. And 5 persons maximum in the mercantile space. I think that's also sufficient. We could meet each of those requirements without a problem.
I think that's not a bad idea either. We just make it part of the condition and it's in the CO. Yeah? Okay, we'll do that.
Go to public?
Yeah.
So the public, the case that we're currently discussing is 1693 BZ, volume 3, 110 Christopher Street, Manhattan. Did you have any comments on this case? Please dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 161-147-6247. And press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand in the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to provide testimony.
Scan them.
Okay. Nobody called in. And motion to close.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Appeals count. Thank you, Mr. Safara.
Thank you.
Know what date, sir? Thank you. Goodbye. Have a nice holiday.
Thank you.
Appeals calendar, continued hearing items, item number 19, 2024, 16A, 61 Muriel Street, Staten Island.
I just let Elise and David in.
Yeah, Marcia. Okay, you don't have to be sworn in. Just state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. I'm here with David. Thank you so much, David, for joining me. I don't think for this one there was really any comments. So unless there's something you'd like us to discuss.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 2024-16A, 61 Muriel Street, Staten Island. Should you wish to discuss this case, dial 64669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 161-147-6247 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to comment on this case, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to discuss. Probably. Mm.
Okay. Nobody called in.
Most.
I'm gonna make a motion to close.
Chair Shanda?
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta? Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Yu?
Aye.
Okay. Item number 2024-17A, 35 Marjorie Street, Staten Island.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. I'm here with David from the architect's office. First, I wanted to say that we are fixing, or GZA is fixing, the few EAS comments that we received from Tracy. Thank you so much. And then I have David here who is going to discuss the retaining wall and why it was designed like that and what we are doing going forward.
Hi, this is David Maurice. Thanks. Yeah, so on Marjorie Street, the retaining wall is currently protruding into the right of way due to an existing site condition from the lot and street adjacent to it to the west. Do you want me to share the screen so I could show you maybe something on it? I could do that. Let's see. Okay. Everyone can see it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this hatched wall would be the new retaining wall to be put in, and a portion of the existing concrete barrier would to be removed, and this entire area would be paved. Beyond our retaining wall to the west, there is an extension of the existing concrete barrier that would remain. So we are shallowing the street down, but we're not technically making a worse condition than it is now. The engineer that's doing the BPP is in talks with DOT, and we'll be having a meeting with them to get more of their comments on how they want this to be done. So I guess the biggest thing with that is getting FDNY approval, because I know in the comments from early this morning, they were asking for 34 feet. And currently the distance from the edge of the newly designed retaining wall to the edge of pavement across the street is 18.5 feet. So, I guess maybe we can get more comments from FDNY to see if that's something that they could do. And after, we will have DOT comments as well to see if that's something that DOT would want us to do, or if they would want us to, somehow amend it.
Yeah, I think that this seems to be more of an FDNY clearance and so it would be helpful to get the read. I don't know if anybody from the fire department is on our call. I don't see them on our list.
Oh, he is.
He is?
Chief
Oh,
Ellis is
there,
here.
I see Chief, yes.
Deputy Chief Ellis. is here.
Yeah.
Please join us.
Yes, good afternoon to all. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I was a bit confused about that portion of the bottom retaining wall and the distance to the other sidewalk. So being that it is going to be 18 feet, the applicant will have to put in an application with the Office of City Planning so they can send a letter of no objection for that clearance.
Okay.
Okay. So, and what is the process for that? How long will it take?
On the fire department's end,
Yeah.
that process, honestly, I'm not too sure how long it would take. It all depends on how long it takes them to review and how long it would take the applicant to put in that application. I believe those applications are put in through business support for the FDNY or through the FDNY.
The city planning desk at FDNY.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so now you know what you have to do, Mr. Morris, so please do follow up.
Yes, we will. Mhm.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Velez, Deputy Inspector Velez, sorry. Any other questions or comments?
Just wanted to add one thing, sorry.
Go ahead.
Typically, I've spoken to the captain over there at City Planning. So for clearance, typically they would want the usage of the building and any parking regulations that they're gonna have on that street, along with any fire department connections that are gonna be on the premise. Because I already saw they had the fire hydrants, so they have the hydrants on there already.
For the other application, the fire department asked us to put no parking signs. So is that something they would?
I would recommend that right now, but being that this is gonna go to city planning, I'll let them recommend what type of signs are gonna be needed on this street.
Okay.
Yeah, and currently the street, with the concrete barrier that's there, there's a fence, a chain link fence that goes across the entire street from, paved end to the concrete barrier from, I guess it's the south side to the concrete barrier. So it's inaccessible right now. You cannot pass through.
So there's a roadway that continues beyond this barrier?
But there's not really a roadway. It just closed. There's a chain link fence, and then there's dirt, and the rest of that concrete barrier. Towards the end of it, where I don't even think it's actually paved. It's just dirt. It's only 12 or 14 feet. At this point. So and there's a fence that goes vertically. From north to south, which doesn't allow any impasse of anything.
It's kind of the end of the road. There isn't any way to get out of it.
Correct. Yeah, you have to go back the other way. And then the lot to our west, that lot has access. That is a house that has access on the road to the north, Sharrott's Road. So that doesn't have this lot does not have access to this road as well.
So the question then for fire department is then that 34 width that is there. I see based on the builder's pavement plan, it says it's 37 foot from the curb to from the street of the face of the concrete curb to the other side is 37 foot. And I'm assuming it would be at least that or maybe more where the where the proposed retaining wall will be. Will that not be adequate for a truck to, fire department truck to turn around?
That I would have to consult with the operations unit, but more than likely, they would still need to contact city planning for that letter of no objection. I'm not sure if I Googled it right, but I'm looking at the, I guess it's the site, and it shows as if it's a dead end, but the street goes further on to another property, but there is a gate or something like that at the end of the street, and 2 more buildings on that premise.
Yeah, I can open it up if you want to see.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful. The street view was a little difficult to follow, so if you can walk us through orient us, that would be helpful.
Yeah, I'll get that on there. Second. Did that come up for you guys?
Yes.
Yes, so this, our site is right here. It goes up against this building lot on the lot line, and then this is the property next door. So this already, all of this area is in the street. And so this is as far as we can go, but you know, it gets quite skinny. I guess it is paved beyond. I don't know if that's dirt or pavement, but it says it says warning private road, and there's a gate here. So I don't know if anything can pass through there actually.
Okay.
Dave, can you go back to your plan,
Sure.
please? Yeah, I'm a little bit confused. You have, this is the dashed concrete barrier that says existing concrete barrier is retaining material in the back / top. Again, it's lower grades in the front at the street. You
Yes.
elected to replace that with a completely opposite functioning retaining element, which is the retaining wall, which retains material on the left versus lower grades on the right. What's happening to this portion, to this trapezoidal area?
Well, so this whole area here is going to be paved as a street all at one level, and there's an entrance to a parking lot. You know, there's a curb cut here and a curb. So this will all be flattened out to a normal street condition.
And how about the entrance to your building? You're gonna accommodate the elevation at the entrance of your building to like jive with these grades?
Yes, it's all gonna, it's the building next door is 95.8, the first floor, because that's a raised, because they have for trucking, and ours is gonna be at 91 and our top of curb is gonna be around 90. So our building is about a foot higher than the top of the curb, which if I go back to this. So our top of curb is gonna line up with this top of curb from this building next door. So it'll go straight through. And so all this area, you know, this whole wall right here will be removed, and all this area will be flattened down. And that big retaining wall will be up here, you know, holding back all this dirt, you know, from the lot next door. So this will all be, you know, flattened area, just like it is in front of this building.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, and the curb.
I think we'll have to keep this on for continued. Because based on what our department says, the plans may have to be revised or may not.
Understood.
So, did we call in the public on this? No. Okay, let's call the public.
So the case we're currently discussing, please stop sharing your screen.
Oh, yeah.
This was very helpful.
Okay, great. Yeah.
The case that we're currently discussing is 2024-17A, 35 Marjorie Street, Staten Island. Should you wish to discuss, dial I keep saying 646, sorry. 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you enter the webinar ID number 161-147-6247 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will place *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. As you're calling in on the phone, and if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is a little hand in the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Yeah, I would tell them that stormwater is being managed into the dry wells, everything's piped into dry wells. And there's an existing slope that was there already, because the property goes up.
In this case,
So
it
it
best
wasn't cut down,
we
it was only
coordinate with you
within the location
as
of
to
the driveway.
that you'll-
That's far from the.
Yeah.
I hope we can have a resolution on this by February.
That's what we were thinking as well.
There was
We would hope to
walls and
have
slope
a
up, so we
resolution.
had to smooth that down. That's supposed to, that's.
Yeah, background noise, people mute your microphones, please.
Okay, all right.
34 seconds.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. And we will schedule this for February.
Yeah, understood. And we'll copy the BSA on our city planning.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
fire department city planning.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
you.
Thanks a lot.
Mr.
Happy
Johnson, Mr. Johnson, the zoning, we have another hearing tomorrow. And I believe you were involved with 17 Grove Street, so that case will be discussed tomorrow. Thank you, one and all. This is the end of the public hearing for December 9th, 2024.
Thank you. Have a good evening, everyone.